Okay, well, good morning everyone. Welcome to the council meeting being held in Warhope today. And it's so good to see such a great turnout, a beautiful day for it too. This is also the first council meeting that's going to be held in the morning and on Thursdays from now on in. So it's great to be out in the daytime. It opens it up to more people to come and see democracy in action. But before we commence this meeting, I have some very special thank yous and acknowledgements to make. We have a few of our staff members who will be leaving us after quite long careers for some of them, and I would like to acknowledge them. I would like to acknowledge Rebecca Olsen, who is the Director of Business and Performance. Rebecca has had an outstanding career of 17 and a half years with Port Macquarie Hastings Council, so please send her away with a round of applause. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Dan Bilsma, who's our Director of Community Infrastructure, and Dan came to us from the private sector. He has been with us for almost 3 years. Please thank Dan for his service to our community. And someone who isn't with us today, but she's in our thoughts, and I'm hopeful that she will look at this recording once it's put up on our website, because we aren't live streaming today. Mrs. Bronwyn Lyon, and Bronwyn Lyon has been the Governance Support Officer for almost an astounding 41 years. So Bronwyn will be leaving us to spend time with her family and on her property. So please put your hands together for Bronwyn Lyon. So I thank you all very much for your dedication to council. I wish you all the very best for your futures. Now, a reminder, today's council meeting is being recorded over here. It won't be live streamed, and as this recording is a public record, council staff and the public should refrain from making any defamatory statements. And for your personal convenience, I'll just remind any of you who have not been here at the showground before, to my right and toward the back is the public toilets, so if you need them. Okay, I'd like to also acknowledge that we're all today gathered on our First Nations people, Biripi country. I extend my respect to Biripi elders, past, present, and most importantly, those emerging, and extend my respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander that is with us this morning. I note, Madam CEO, we have no remote attendance today, and I'd like to welcome Pastor Will Jamieson from the Warhope Baptist Church to come and say the local government prayer. Thank you so much, Pastor, for being with us today. And it's a smart tie you're wearing.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to open this meeting in prayer. Let's pray. Living God, I would like to thank you for all that gather here today to discuss the business and plans in this local government area. May wisdom and clarity of mind be in the decisions and the plans that are discussed, and may there be clear direction and outcomes from this meeting. I pray that your presence would guide and direct all those that speak today, and they would know that they have been heard, and that ultimately the best outcomes are made for our communities. May unity, peace and respect be the foundation that guides the meeting today. Let your spirit rest on all who are in authority and lead your people in truth. This I pray.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Will, and please enjoy the rest of your day. So we move on to item number 4, apologies. Madam CEO, do we have any?
No apologies, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have confirmation of minutes. Do I have someone move and second, please, councillors? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Slade. All those in favour? See none against, declare carried, thank you. Disclosures of interest, item 6. Do we have any disclosures? I have a disclosure to make, thank you. It's for item number 1120. It's a subject being a notice of motion for tendering local preference policy. It is a pecuniary interest. I'll take no part in the consideration and voting. I'll be out of sight of the meeting. The Deputy Mayor will take the chair for the reasons that my husband has a company here in Warhope and he is a local contractor. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item number 7, mayoral minute. I shall so move that Council 1 note that Port Macquarie Hastings Council has received $9,589,061 in federal grant funding within the last financial year, which has contributed to the delivery of projects such as the Hatch Road upgrade, Port Macquarie Airport security upgrade, the Bicentennial Walkway, and numerous sporting facility upgrades and curb and gutter installation. 2, support the national funding priorities of the Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, which would contribute to an estimated $6.46 billion per year to Australia's GDP and create 43,444 jobs. 3, support and participate in ALGA's advocacy for their endorsed national funding priorities by writing to the federal members of parliament, all known election candidates in the local federal electorates and the President of the Australian Local Government Association to A, express support for ALGA's funding priorities, B, identify priority local projects and programs that could be progressed with the additional financial assistance from the federal government being sought by ALGA, and C, seek funding commitments from the members, candidates and their parties for these identified local projects and programs. Thank you, councillors. This was a matter that was brought up at the local government conference for those who attended. Very important, known as the federal FAG grants. It's something that our local region cannot do without, and certainly this council relies on. So is there any further conversation, councillors? Oh, thank you. Councillor Intiman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions first, please. Regarding, first to you, Madam Mayor, regarding Clause 3, it says, right to all known election candidates. At what time are you imagining it? Would you consider that that would be right up until the election, or are you talking just known candidates at this time?
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. I would think that once the candidacy charts, we'll know all of those candidates and we'll be able to write to them all then.
Thank you. Second, in Clause 2B, you've got identified local projects. Can you clarify, because you were talking earlier about ALGA priorities, so are you talking there about projects local to us, or is that the priorities from the Australian Local Government Association?
Thank you very much for that question. So, priority local projects.
Thank you. So I have then 2 questions to the CEO. Firstly, so your understanding that they're actually local projects, and so I'd like to request that councillors be provided with that list of priorities in their construction would be great, as in when composing that list, but definitely before they go out to any candidates. Would that be acceptable to you, Madam CEO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we're happy to make a list of those projects. I mean, ALGA is really advocating in terms of the difference that federal funding makes, and they really recommended that we put this mayoral minute up. They provided the wording around this, so they will give us guidance through the process as well in terms of the information back to you.
Thank you. And last but not least, possibly through the CEO, it says in point 1 that council has received $9.5 million odd in federal grant funding, which is contributed to various projects. I would like, particularly as a lot of our money currently comes from the federal government, comes in the form of untied grants that are associated with the fuel levy, but also other grants that are regularly come to us. I wonder if either you could answer or if you could ask one of the directors to just give a little bit of a broader outline of what funding we do get from the federal government on a regular basis so that people are aware of that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Director Olson, if you want to respond.
Madam CEO, in order to answer that accurately, we probably need to take that on notice, but certainly Council does receive an amount of grant funding each year from both the federal and the state governments. Much of it is tied, some of it is untied through the financial assistance grants, etc. There's a whole myriad of funding opportunities there, but we can certainly provide you with that detail.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Excuse me, Councillor Intiman. We were just taking the vote. Thank you. Distracted. Thank you. Thank you. We'll try again then. All those in favour? Thank you. None against. I'll declare that carried. We have another mayoral minute. I'll so move. The council recognises the contribution to the local community of the late William Poole. I would just like to send our condolences. He was the last president of the Hastings Council, and his passing is, a sad day for his family. I'd like to acknowledge all the work that he did for our community, and I'd like to, in respect, hold a minute's silence if we could just do that. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for that respectful moment. It's a sad day when we lose any community member. I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour?
Madam Mayor, I understand the information you've been given regarding Mr Poole's contribution. I'm just wondering if we could make one small change and say significant contribution, because it wasn't just the council that he was contributing to, it was all manner of issues in the community over his lifetime.
Yes,
and
I agree.
he encouraged his family to get involved. I think he deserves that word. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I thank you for it, Councillor Intiman. We will recognise the significant contribution. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you. Item 8, confidential correspondence to the meeting. Item 14.07. Do I have someone to move? Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Intiman. Thank you. Any discussion on this, councillors? Expect not. Put it all to the vote then. Councillor Lipperback? Thank you. I'll declare that carried. Thanks very much. All right, we'll move on to the public forum, of which we have plenty of speakers for. So we have requests to speak on the public forum from Mr Dave Renke, which is to do with the building and observatory in Rotary Park. Lisa Baker, High Street intersection upgrade, mill entrance, estate entrance wipe. Bob McGowan, annual cross-country fun run, climate change, fires and floods, hot showers at Ellenborough camping ground. That's quite a lot to chat about. Stephen Gates, ratepayer agreed service levels for council services, and Stephen Healy, requirement for effective War Hope evacuation centre. And we also have Mr Bob Walker, who's a late entry. He'd like to speak about the condition of Pipe Clay Road. Can I have someone move and second that we accede to those requests? Moved by Councillor Maltman and seconded by Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. So we will ask Mr Dave Renke to approach the podium. Thank you so much. Good morning, Dave.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? I've got a little bit of echo in here, so I hope I've tinnitus too, which doesn't help very much. Very big thank you to Council for allowing me to come along here. I'm not here to gripe, I've just come here to state a point. Dave Renke is my name. I'm an astronomer, science teacher, a lecturer. I've actually been on radio here with 2FM for 30 years now. And, had a lot to do with our community, very proud to be here. And working with Australian Tourism, or New South Wales Tourism at the moment, to take people over to Norfolk Island to do astronomy under really dark skies. And that's the reason I'm here now. I'm not here to question the money amount for the observatory, for the allocation. I was chief lecturer there 20 years ago, and even 20 years ago we couldn't see the night sky from that park. That park is badly light polluted. And now I find that there's been this allocation for rebuild of a huge complex there.
Sorry, Dave, I might just get you to pause. Do you think by turning the microphone off and we've got enough sound, it might be a little bit easier? I don't know, is anyone...
And I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah. Are we able to turn the mic off at the podium? Thank you. We might just have you... Yeah, so we'll just have you in a loud voice. You could just step... No, you don't. We're going to turn the microphone off. Okay.
Yeah, very hard. Anyway, I approached Frank. Frank was very good, and the council were very obliging in shadowing the lights out the front, all the street lights up in the sky, and you have ambient light, and that's the problem. When you have telescopes, you've got to get them away from the light, and that's the trouble we had in Rotary Park even then. But we made out well with what we did, and we showed people the night sky as best we could. Now it's grown, and it's getting worse. And now I find that they're going to build this huge observatory, excuse me, in Rotary Park. My point is simply this. The bigger the telescope, the more light gathering power you've got. I'm the only one in this area, I think, that knows about this stuff. So I'm a bit of a lone voice here, a bit of a lone ranger. But I know my subject very well. And I know that places like Norfolk Island, which are pristine, they're the darkest skies in the world, we get beautiful views of the night sky. When you build this observatory here, when it does get built, they're going to put a large telescope here, a very big telescope. The bigger the mirror, the more light gathering power you've got, and the more ambient light you're going to magnify as well. My point is simply this, it's going to end up as being a very expensive astronomy club. It's a disservice to people who will be coming here expecting to see pristine views of the night sky. I'm simply here to say to Council, reconsider its location. Simply that. Nothing against the observatory at all. I don't or want to be part of it. I've got too much of my own that I do, too many things that I do. But I'm just questioning the location and asking and wondering whether any checks were done regards to the light pollution problem in the park. That's all. And if you can move it somewhere else, that would be much better. Having it in that park will work. People will come along and say, oh, wow, that looks great, but it's not going to be great. because I know what good is and I know what bad is. And I'll finally end on one point. We work in astronomy with what's called the Bortle scale. It's from 1 to 10. If you're living in Sydney, you'd be on Bortle 10. If you move out to Parramatta, you'd be on Bortle 8. The light measurement we've taken in Rotary Park is Bortle 4. Norfolk Island is a Gold Sky accredited dark sky site. The council have allocated to a local council and they were working over it. And the Australian tourism people, I guess, have given that dark sky accreditation. Bortle 4 in Rotary Park is not going to be very good for a telescope of the size they intend to build. You are going to magnify the light. It'll be a good learning centre, and I really appreciate them having that in that as part of that complex, and maybe some shops as well. But again, I state to you, and I just simply put it to you, that it's not in the right place in my professional opinion. I've had 50 years as an astronomer. I've taught astronomy. We've had 12 years of travelling around the schools in New South Wales. I've been to all towns, big towns, little towns, and we've only just helped the council in Tamworth.
Thank you,
They
Dave.
just built a big observatory there, away from the town.
Thank you. Please don't leave because there may be some questions for you. There may be some questions for you from councillors. My question to you is, have you approached Leslie Williams and Pat Conahan?
No, and I think I should have. But before I did that, I wanted to speak to you guys and just put my case to you. Do you think I should? I don't want to push anyone out of anything or do any, or give, create a nuisance or anything like that. I just want to know if we can move that or have the location reconsidered. So is that my next move? That's my question to you.
Yes, because the grant funding is coming from the state and the federal government and has been supported through the state member and the federal member.
I'm sorry, Peter, but I'm having a lot of trouble with the echo.
Okay.
I think I know what you mean. Put a direct letter to her office.
Yes.
Yeah, will I CC it to you or not?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay.
And my second question is, have you made your feelings known to the observatory?
To who?
To the board of the observatory?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get
To
that
the
last
people,
word.
to the people on the observatory?
Have I spoken to the people at the
Yes.
observatory? No, I haven't, no.
And why would that be when you have this concern?
I don't know. I've tried on many occasions to try and work with them, offered to go over there and be part of what they do. They've not taken that offer up. So I just don't get any reply back from them.
Okay.
I just don't. I don't know whether they're the ones to really. What can they do? I mean, you're the guys.
Well,
All I'm asking.
They applied for the funding. They applied for the funding. So I would recommend and advise that you make your professional opinion known to the observatory, to the federal member and to the state member.
Well, I can CC it to all of those, can't I?
Thank you. Any other further questions? Thanks, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you.
I'm going to have trouble with this one.
Thank you for your representation. And simply to add on to the question or the recommendation.
Is this better? Just come up.
Sure. I will still speak loudly, but my understanding is a really strong strategic business case was provided to the state government in order for them to justify the funding. So I absolutely share the recommendation to speak with the observatory as well, who might really benefit from the type of experience you bring, and absolutely to ask that question to our state and federal members.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just to comment, I think all councillors would be interested in that correspondence.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. All right, so we'll move now on to Lisa Baker. Lisa, you're in the room. Hello. I forgot to mention at the start, when you hear that bell go, you've got 30 seconds to wrap up, so you've got 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
And welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Lisa Baker from Warhope Rural Centre. We've got a produce shop, stock feed place just up the road here in Warhope for 24 years. I just had a gentleman come into the shop the other day with concept plans to change the turning lane into the mill estate. This is the first we've ever heard of it. He told me that they would be taking all the parking out the front of our businesses and the rest of the businesses up the street, across the road, all the residents parking. We'd no longer be able to turn out of our driveway, our customers right into High Street. They'd all have to go left. And I said, where do they go from there? And he said, oh, they could do a U-turn. And I said, well, I don't think that's very good. We have never... They said to me, you received a letter in 2019 about this. And I did look back. We couldn't find any record of us. None of the people up our end can find it, but council do have record of it. And virtually it just says that mill estate is going to go ahead. It doesn't say it affects our business. I've looked back at the original DA, nothing that encroached down to our area at all. There has been variations to the DA, but nobody has ever approached us or told us about it. I just feel that whoever's making the decisions doesn't ever actually go up there and look. We've got horse floats, people with trailers, B-doubles backing in with hay. Then they told us they're going to put a bike lane out the front. Where it's supposed to go, where it's supposed to start from, it's so busy up there, not just our shop, but the others. Custom Line Joinery, which is 2 doors up from us, has just spent a fortune redoing the front of his property so that he can just go up and unload the trucks out there. Knew nothing about this before and has already finished the job and everything completed, all that. I just think that I've run council and they said it really has nothing to do with them because it's an RMS road, which I get totally, but back in an assessment panel meeting in 1991, the directive came from council to say that you need to put a right-hand turn lane in. But nobody's given any consideration for those existing businesses. And if somebody sat there, there's like 20 cars parked across the road at all times. Where are they going to go? If there's businesses down this way, are we all going to go and park out the front of their businesses? These are, and I know in the perfect world they say you should have enough parking on site. With our customers, 90% of them have been affected by the bushfires, the floods, the drought. We've tripled how much fencing we have to hold, how much stock we have to hold, because everybody is needing it. And there's got to be another way around it that doesn't affect commercial premises. And I think somebody needs to look into a different option. I don't know what that is. You've got people old elderly people coming out of behind the motel, and they're not going to be able to turn into town. I don't know where they're supposed to go. Is everybody supposed to do a U-turn in the middle of High Street? And we've got the B-doubles, sure they do reverse into our driveway, but if every single shop had all the trucks reversing into their driveways all day, there's going to be no traffic flow along High Street. People are going to run up the back of people. I just don't think that they've really thought about it, and I don't think anybody's actually sat there and looked at that area. I think they're sitting in an office making decisions that have a huge bearing on everybody, and it will affect my business very badly because people just don't want to bring their horse trailers into our yard, And I know that everybody said to me, oh, don't say this, don't say that, but that's the reality of it, Come and work in a small business and everybody says we're going to support small businesses after COVID. Nobody even considered us. Nobody considered anybody up there. They just went, oh, this is what's going to happen. And all of a sudden one day you're trucking along and a guy comes in and goes, oh, there you go. That's going to be so detrimental to your business, but nobody cares. So that's it.
Don't go away. There may be some questions for you. I know that you wrote to me and we've exchanged correspondence, and I can understand how frustrated you are. It doesn't make sense to me either.
Yes.
Unfortunately, though, the road that it comes out onto is the state government road, being the Oxley Highway. Have you, since we've had correspondence, have you reached out to Melinda Pavey?
Yes, I have, and they advised me to write to the RMS, and I did do that. I've done that, and so has all the other businesses, I think. And she said that if we have no luck, we can they will make representation on our behalf, which we will do. But I think I want to people in council make all these rules without going out and seeing what effect they have on other people. I mean, if we get no parking out the front of our shop, that will be really detrimental to us and our customers. They will just go somewhere else. I've used 25 years, we've built this business, you know, and for somebody just to waltz in one day and go, oh, there you go, this is what we're going to do, you know, and have no regard for anybody who has been in there, you know, and we work hard. We supported all our customers through drought, through flood, you know. We raised $20,000 in a week to take fodder out to cows on the Maria River, you know. But nobody sees the contribution you make to your community or anything. They just come in and go, well, there you go.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask if other councillors have any questions for you, and then I think I'll go to the director and ask a question. Any questions for Lisa? No. If you'd like to take your seat, thank you for addressing council. Director Billsma, just in relation to this, it does seem like it's going to have a very high impact for those businesses in that vicinity. We're talking about an intersectional change because of a development in that area. Could you advise what avenues will be available to advocate on behalf of the businesses in that area, or is this a decision that any advocacy will make no bearing on?
Through you, Madam CEO. Madam Mayor, there's certainly an opportunity to raise this matter through Transport for New South Wales, as we have an ongoing discussion with them about all things transport across our local government area. So we could raise that through that channel. I understand our council officers have also provided contact details for Transport for New South Wales Northern Region for businesses and community members to raise their concerns as well directly with the road authority in charge of that section as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Could we go about doing that on behalf of Lisa and the business community in that area?
Again, through you, Madam CEO, we can certainly do so.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. We're going to move on. So we will now move on to Bob McGowan. So Bob, you're going to speak to us about the annual cross-country fun run, climate change, fires and floods, hot showers at Ellenborough Camping Ground. And welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Alderman, for giving me the opportunity. I'm a farmer out at Ellenborough. I'm living my dream. I've been out there nearly 20 years. But there's times where I have nightmares. We've got a highway, the Oxley Highway, which is the main thoroughfare through to Tamworth from the coast. And not long after I came up here, I approached the Deputy Premier about the flooding at O'Neill's Creek at Longflat. And after a fortnight, they came back to me and said, Bob, it's a 1 in 100 year event. Now, we've had 2 major floods out there, and it's affecting the community. It was closed for a fortnight on the last flood. One of my friends or acquaintances, his wife was pregnant. They had to row him across on a regular basis. She was in a late stage of pregnancy. I had a truck delivered from Sydney and had to be turned round, and I had to pay accommodation at the Hastings pub for that truck driver to deliver the truck. I had a helicopter drop of food. I was so isolated. Wallace Road had a sinkhole in it, and I ran out of Tim Tams and dog and cat food. But it was a magnificent thing. It was over the top, a helicopter coming to your property, and I said I didn't want it. They said, no, we're doing other food drops further up the region. Now, please, you've got politicians at the moment in federal and state wanting to get into flood mitigation and improved highways, now is the perfect time for the council to put pressure on them. It's not a council road, obviously. Now, I think they're called a hydrometrist or something. If you put a U-shaped pipeline, several of them, off O'Neill's Creek so that the water can get into the Hastings River, rather than the Hastings River's running that fast, it blocks the outlet, and that's the main problem. Or either that or an extensive bridge, but the cheaper way would be the pipeline. That's that one. Now, I'm passed around. Did you pass that photo around? Yep. It's similar to the picture on the wall there. Instead of a kingfisher, it's got a wedge-tail eagle. There's a black spot on it. That's a wedge-tail eagle. Now, that's one of the views from a property that I pinch myself every day. It's magnificent. I want to share it with the community. Now, one day or one weekend a year, we could run an event out there that would put Port Macquarie on the map in the regional part. It's not all about the coastline and the ocean and the beaches. There's no problem with parking. The council's got to do next to nothing. It would be a money stream. You could feed it into the koala corridor. You could feed it into the bushfire mob out there with the entry fees. I'm not going to mention names, but I have contacts at the Institute of Sport. I believe I could get a high-profile person up to start the event, to give it publicity. It'd be a no-brainer. And I'm at a stage in my life where I'm trying to turn my property into something that's miles better than when I took it over and leave a legacy. We've got drug problems in Port Macquarie, across Australia. I'm speaking from experience. I had two sons. One of them's a testing captain with Qantas Link, and he's just been trained for international with Qantas. Never had a drug in his life. His 1 year younger son, a brother, my son, turned into a drug addict. I loved him to death. He's dead. Sport, I've never had a drug in my life. I represented my state and country in rowing. I rode a push bike across Australia. I go through life with my eyes wide open. We have a great opportunity to get young people involved in activities to build their strengths and get active in sport.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
I have to pull you up there. I'm sorry, Bob. Bob, you are a salt of the earth person. You know, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here and addressing council. You have sent me in the past some details about your vision for your property. I've just made a note here. Revisit Bob McGowan's suggestions. I give you my word, I'll do that. I will pass that on to all the councillors so we all understand exactly what your vision is and what you're wanting to achieve on your property. I'm sorry I have to pull you up and cut you short. And, you know, obviously, thank you for sharing your personal story about your son, and our sympathies are with you over that. And you're right, getting kids into sport, giving them a sense of purpose is certainly something that we all need to focus on. But thank you. I will ask if any other councillors have questions. Councillor Shepherd does, so I'll leave it to her.
Thank you.
Is it easier for you to hear me like this? Or okay.
I'm sorry, it's got shocking.
Yeah, it's terrible. Sorry, everyone.
So there's actually a large number of people in our community who share your passions and interests, and I'm wondering, are you connected with the Port Macquarie Hastings Sustainability Network? Port Macquarie Hastings Sustainability Network. No, I'm not. Okay. So they're the ones who run the Hastings Farmgate Tour, which is all about how we farm in ways and that brings community together and looks after the land as well as producing economic output. So I'll follow up with you to provide you with some details of people who I think would be really happy to also help support your vision.
Any other questions for Bob?
Bob, yeah, thanks for coming and sharing your view and your passion. And I find that really exciting, actually. I know there's a big event that happens out in Gloucester Way, which is a triathlon. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. And I'm going to ask Linda, my EA, who's here with us today. We're going to dig that back out and we're going to make the councillors aware of what that vision is for BMX and cycling up there, and we'll have another look at it. Thank you, Bob. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seat. So now we have Stephen Gates. Stephen, you are seasoned. You know how this works.
Thank you, Mayor, for your time. It's good to see so many familiar faces that I haven't seen for a while. I'd really like to thank Bob McGowan for his impassioned presentation. I thought that was excellent and a good way of giving focus to rural areas. And also support what Lisa has said in relation to the Mill Estate, and that is that the proposed road changes will have a 20 to 30% reduction on her business, without question. And that's forgetting other people. I know there's a person talking about Pipe Clay Road. That's fairly atrocious condition. We can talk about that later. And Gordon Birch, I'll support what he says in relation to Comboyne and Comboyne Road. The matter I'm talking about today is service levels, and these are agreed service levels. Fundamentally, the service levels, or the service that council provides to ratepayers, affects every single person, some 83-odd thousand ratepayers. It is the essence of what a ratepayer receives. At the moment, there is no objectivity, there is no clarity. Ratepayers don't know what they receive or when they should receive it. And there's no transparency from council to ratepayers about what they should receive. If we had agreed service levels, which has been a requirement of this council and a commitment from 2009, some 13 years ago, then we wouldn't potentially have had catastrophic service failures like Comboyne Road being impassable, Rawdon Island Bridge collapse, Bulleye Creek Road. We would also have, if we had agreed service levels, clear and consistent key performance indicators for senior council staff. We'd have an annual report which would show this is what council is targeting to achieve, this is what we actually achieved, did we do a good job or not? I sent an email through this morning. I wasn't aware that I was talking this morning because I hadn't heard back. Unfortunately, I was on the tractor, so I'm a little bit unprepared. I sent an email through this morning with extensive briefing notes on this and the secondary item we'll talk about. I'll only skim through it. I encourage you to read it on the issue of service levels. If we look at the history, so in 2009, Council agreed to develop agreed ratepayer service levels. And that was agreed to be done by December 2010. Wasn't done. In 2012, it became a requirement from the Office of Local Government. Again, it wasn't done. In 2014 to 16, Council did a 3-phase service review project. They did all the hard work and then dropped it. To this day, we still do not have an agreed level of service to ratepayers. In fact, it's reached the absurd proposition that in Council's annual reports, Part C financial statements, there is a clause under Schedule 7 for Council to say what the cost is and the gap to the agreed level of ratepayer service. It's been left blank. Now, is that indicative of a responsive and responsible council that has its ratepayers as its key focus? I'd suggest that it's not. If we look at the key tenet of council, which is transparency of service, developing an agreed level of service to ratepayers is fundamental to transparency. If you want to talk about building trust with ratepayers, it's fundamental. The council don't wish to do that. You don't wish to publish any program which would even give an indication what the level of service is. They exist. You just won't publish them. For example, the resealing program, done annually and a 10-year plan, not published. Gravel resheeting, done annually, not published. Roadside slashing, bridges, footpaths, the whole lot. What I've suggested is 13 years is long enough. Let's be serious about this. In the email I've sent, I put forward a suggested accelerated program to conclude this by the end of this financial year. The hard work has been done, and I'd suggest for your consideration you invite ratepayers like myself who know a great deal about council services, what's been done and how it's been reduced. And let's get them agreed, let's publish them, and let's be a transparent council. Thank you for your time.
I'll just ask councillors if they have any questions of you. I know you have another delivery you want to make on a matter that is on the agenda, so we'll hear from you again. But is there any questions of Stephen? Councillor Shepherd.
There are some questions that I'll follow up with staff after I've read the email and feel more informed as to what you're raising. But would it be of any reassurance to you to receive my assessment that having over the last 3 months engaged very strongly in the induction program and learning a lot about council itself, and the answer might be no, that's okay. Would it be any reassurance at all to know that my assessment personally is that we're absolutely on the trajectory towards greater transparency and accountability across the board, and absolutely towards more accountability in staff across the board also, so that our community will be more aware of what's going on, and confident actually that council is providing what our community needs at a high level. Would you be reassured by that being my assessment?
I think, Councillor Shepherd, that I have a great deal of respect for you and for your integrity. and I take on board openly that your good intentions and the intentions on moving forward. I think what we've seen historically is, to use the concept, the proof is in the pudding. And you've been in council now for a short period of time, but this is something which affects every single ratepayer. I've seen some of the notices of motion come up which seem to be misconstruing the priority of council to ratepayers on what is fundamental items and dealing with some very, what I would consider, selected, geographically confined issues. So if it's being done, fantastic. I'll take your word on it. And I look forward to being involved in the process if that's something that the Mayor and the CEO and councillors would like to pursue.
Yep. I think the pudding's on the way.
Thank you. Any other questions for Stephen? No? Thank you, Stephen. If you'd like to take your seat. I do have a question of our CEO. Madam CEO, given the address of Stephen Gates in relation to KPIs and increased service delivery and I mean, you know, we can't go backwards and you've been with us for just over 12 months now. Would you like to share with the residents that are here today what work has been done?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to stand up so that I can project my voice across the room, and I hope you can all hear me. I completely understand where Mr. Gates is coming from in terms of that level of accountability and transparency. In the last 12 months, we've adopted the Australian Business Excellence Framework. Anybody that works with that would understand it has key performance indicators across 7 categories. Now, every single division has just signed off on their functional business plans, right? And that's a really important thing for an organisation, to have a functional business plan with KPIs against each category. If we look at, and really we are a business, we need to be a business, we need to be transparent and accountable. If we look at businesses, for example, across the world, the top businesses run to a framework with a strategy that has clear key performance indicators. That means we have to show leadership, we've got to have great strategy. When you talk, Mr. Gates, around accountability and transparency and how we seem to focus on certain areas, absolutely it is our intention to spell out where the money goes, where we're investing our money. And I really like the idea of, and it was fact when I was with the Mayor and we were actually at the library, and we talked about how things were split with riders and how basically you had different geographical sections, and one size doesn't fit all, right? So we talked about Edinburgh, we talked about other areas. There's not one size that fits all. So we need to come up with place plans, and we need to fund those place plans that are recognising the uniqueness of those communities. And that is something that I hold really dear to, because you want to know where your money's being spent, right? And we want to make sure that we're spending it appropriately to meet your service levels. I don't know how we'd meet some of the expectations because we're so far behind in our sewer and our water, so far behind in our road network, we're so far behind in terms of our sporting facilities. We've got a lot to catch up on. But I guess what you want to know is, do we have a plan, and are we going to deliver this over this period of time? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I appreciate you sharing that information. We'll now move on to Stephen Healy, who is here with us today. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And thank you also to Bob and Stephen, who I think paved the way a little bit for what I want to say. I lived through one of Bob's nightmares on almost a year to the day, March the 20th, 2021. We were evacuated at 2 o'clock in the morning by fire and rescue. We live on Princess Avenue, just a little behind Roxbury. And although I'd wandered over and looked at the turbulent river a little more than that from the roadway, and I thought it had probably peaked because that's what the Bureau was saying. Fire and Rescue were of the opinion that it was going to be over Princess Avenue, which it's never gone underwater. I think they were extirpating from Kindy Bridge. Now, we had no problems. We've got a business premises with a dry first floor in High Street, and we went there. Although the drive was rather disorganised, having to avoid flooded roads and work through haphazardly placed signage using common sense. But some were not so lucky. There was a car buried in the water under the bridge, and I was told that the elderly woman driving it was only dragged out by a passerby just before it got sucked under. Now, I was only alerted to the evacuation centre problem by neighbours who were first guided to high school, and it was very much realised at that period. I mean, it was literally in the early hours of the morning where they realised it was likely to go underwater or possibly to go underwater. Then they were eventually bussed out by Bago Road, which was the only open road, and a very dodgy drive, I'm told, to Panthers, the evacuation centre at the time. Now, the requirement for an evacuation centre was very much underlined by a forum conducted by SCS May the 25th, 2021, by the SCS at Wauhope RSL that Lisa attended, if I recall rightly. And yet nothing has been done. The history of the evacuation centre is quite interesting. It's shifted from the high school, I believe. There's been discussion of placing it at the indoor stadium on Cameron Street, which is right next, proximately to an area that floods. And the Wauhope Country Club, although why they don't focus on this very room, which to my memory served me well as a evacuation centre in the aftermath of the 1920 fires. A little bit of attention to places like this room with further attention to, say, showers, laundry facilities and so on, would make that a relatively simple exercise, I would suggest. Now, since the SES forum, attention seems to have shifted elsewhere, only reinforced, I think, by matters such as the rescinding of the Climate Emergency Declaration recently, which would have very much focused attention on matters such as this. Also, money, I can't see that money's a problem with money being intended to be spent on things like moving the rather fine statue sculpture at the end of my road. For what reason, I'm far from clear on. That's about it.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Does anyone have any questions for Stephen? Thank you, Lisa. Oh, sorry, Councillor Inchman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try this. Stephen, thank you. Healy, thank you for your address. Can we just clarify? I think what you're looking for is some investment by council in this property owned by a trust. Can I just finish? Owned by a trust, but nevertheless definitely a resource available to the community and its emergencies for a bit of extra showering facilities, that kind of stuff. So can you just clarify what exactly is, because it was a bit hard to hear, as you know. You can just clarify exactly what you're after. Thank you.
I think this is a decision that should be made by a property constituted committee looking at the available resources and so on. But from the information and my experience, this very room with a little bit of attention to resources such as showers and sailors, I believe one of the problems here is simply access to the pit. But 2 o'clock in the morning on March the 20th last year, maybe something to get on the
Thank you.
So there was...
Okay.
So, question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
If the CEO could just take that on board and move it forward, because obviously there are key facilities in various communities that can service this as this kind of facility. I know we're moving forward on that, but if we can just take that forward.
And by the way, with events just happening up the coast, very much focusing attention to it, it would be horrible to think that there was some happening Jackson was a good
Thank you, Stephen, and your address to Council is very timely, considering that we are about to come up to the 12-month anniversary of those terrible floods that we experienced, and we certainly know what our friends further north and to the south of us are experiencing right now. I would like to ask a question of you, Director Sharp, and you may need to refer it on, but in relation to response to community and such concerns that community have, would you be able to provide some information for Stephen and the others here in relation to the community emergency response plans that are being put together with the input of community? Or would you like me to send that to Acting Director Coulton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Acting Director Coulton is
Thank you.
in charge of that now.
All right, thank you. There's been some changes, Director Sharp. So Acting Director Coulton, if you would like to share that information, that'd be great.
Through you, Madam CEO. There has been some engagement with the community about the emergency response plans. We're currently engaging with the SES and the Red Cross as well. And there really is an intent to have a collaborative process with the community to develop these plans and the actions that are a response to those plans.
Thank you, Acting Director Coulton. And perhaps would it be possible if you provided some information to Mr Healy via email, just to give an overview of what those plans mean and maybe his ability to get involved when the time comes for the War Hope community?
Through you, Madam CEO, certainly. Madam Mayor,
Okay.
Mr Healy.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? No? All right, so we'll move on now. We have you, Mr Bob Walker. And you want to talk about the condition of Pipe Clay Road.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not quite prepared because I've only got back from the floods at Lismore with RFS last night.
Thank you for the commitment you've made to Lismore as well.
Pipe Clay Road is a mess. A few weeks ago, after all the rain, and I realise other roads in the area are just as bad, but the hills, round the hills about 6 k's into Pipe Clay Road, the road has had potholes right through. I wrote to you and thank you. We got council out there almost immediately to fix them. It made a big difference. My wife was walking along that part of Pipe Clay Road and people were so busy dodging the potholes that they nearly ran into her. We have school buses going along there every day to school. All the trucks that have to go up to Kindy have to go along Pipe Clay Road. They all smash it up. What I'm asking council if they could possibly consider next year with their budget trying to allocate some money to try and tar seal more of Pipe Clay Road. Council are spending an absolute fortune sending graders, rollers, everything else along Pipe Clay Road often, not as often as needed, but as often as obviously they can afford to try and fix Pipe Clay Road. This has been going on, we had our place since 2001 and there's been no more of Pipe Clay Road tar sealed in that time. The part that's tar sealed is costing very little to maintain. The part that is dirt is costing an absolute fortune to maintain. And what I'm asking is if council could try and find somewhere in their budget to try and seal some more of Pipe Clay Road. The bends around, as I said, about 6 k's out along Pipe Clay Road are horrific. There's a big drop on one side. I don't know if you've ever driven along Pipe Clay Road in that section. There's a big drop on one side. There's no safety fence on it. There's no footpath. A lot of the ladies like to go for a walk in the mornings. I don't. A lot of the ladies like to go for a walk in the mornings. And they're dodging trucks, cars, and as I said, with Kindy Bridge not having a 10-tonne limit on it, all the trucks going up there have to use Pipe Clay Road. So what I'm asking is just if we could get a bit more money budgeted next year and possibly do a bit more to help along that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Please just stay in case there's a question. That's okay, and thanks for your address and taking the time to be with us today. I will ask councillors, anything for Bob? No, you're off the hook.
Okay,
That was
thank you.
easy. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Appreciate that. Okay, so we will move on now. So we've got question of staff. Yeah, who has that?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO, can we take that on board and have a consideration about that, particularly in view of the traffic having to go up Pipe Way because of the bridge at Kindeed? Yep.
Oh, sorry, Bob. Sorry. Sorry, time's against us, so we'll move on. But feel free to put it in an email and send it through, whatever it is that you want to address. Okay, so we'll move on to public forum matters on the agenda, and we do have people waiting to speak on these matters. Item 14.05, Les Mitchell in support of the recommendation. Item 14.09, Gordon Birch in support of the recommendation. And item 14.09, Stephen Gates in opposition of the recommendation. Have a mover and a seconder, thank you. So moved by Mr Deputy and seconded by Councillor Shepherd. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. I'll declare that carried. So I will invite Mr Les Mitchell.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I'm here today representing the Goolagoo Koala custodians, who, amongst other things, advocated very strongly for the permanent protection of the significant koala habitat at 147 the Ruins Way. Now, this was purchased by the government in December with a considerable financial contribution from the Koala Conservation Australia, which is the company name for Port Macquarie Koala Hospital, and strong advocacy by Port Macquarie Member of Parliament Leslie Williams. That's just to give you some background. I'm supporting the recommendations for a Koala Recovery Action Plan in item 14.05 of the agenda. Now, I appreciate the difficulty for Council in delivering on actions for the Koala Recovery Strategy, given that Council has not and could not adopt a comprehensive koala plan of management, in light of the abrogation by the New South Wales Government in not adopting a workable statewide koala protection policy. In respect of point 3 of the recommendations, I would urge Council to map all current koala habitat, including corridors linking the known areas of habitat. Now, Council may consider that this will require a lot of detailed survey work and resources, but I would remind councillors that Council already has a comprehensive document produced for Council by BioLink in 2013 entitled the Port Macquarie Hastings Koala Habitat and Population Assessment. Now, that document mapped all preferred koala habitat based on extensive analysis of all the koala records to that time and the location of primary and secondary koala food trees. I believe it is critical that all the mapped preferred koala habitat is rezoned to the highest level of environmental protection outside the national parks and nature reserve system. I realise that Council may face hurdles with the rezoning of some rural land and other zone land, but I urge it to undertake a robust information and education campaign to show landholders and the community the value in protecting koala habitat, which will also provide protection for many other native animals and plants. And I say again that I appreciate that Council has been hamstrung by the lack of development of a robust statewide policy for protection of koalas, but I don't believe that should stop Council from undertaking surveys, if necessary, or establishing greater protection for known koala habitat in this LGA. And I urge it to adopt the recommendations in 14.05. And finally, remind everyone that the koalas are endangered, and I think we as a local community have some responsibility to act on things that will protect them. We know that this is a significant area for koalas, The community is right behind measures to protect them, as was shown when we were able to acquire that land at 145 Ruins Way. We got over 25,000 signatories to a petition to acquire that land, and that was tabled in State Parliament. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Les. Do we have any questions for Les? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Question for Les, followed by a question. Sorry, question for you, followed by a question to directors. What was the name of the document that you referred to that has already been developed and done much of the work for us locally?
It's called the Port Macquarie Hastings Koala Habitat and Population Assessment, done by BioLink in 2013.
Okay, thank you. So question to the directors. Will that document, or is there already consideration being given to including that document in any koala recovery strategy?
Through you, Madam CEO, I acknowledge the point that Mr Mitchell made about the amount of legislation changes in recent times and the complexity of that legislation. The work you refer to will certainly be referenced in the koala action plan, but its relevance under the amount of change that we've had in legislation is at risk, but it will certainly be used.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Les? I see none. Thank you, Les. If you'd like to take your seat. Thank you. So we now have 1409 Gordon Birch, who's in support of the recommendation. Gordon, if you'd like to, thank you, address Council. Yes, that's fine.
I'm representing the Commonwealth Community Association, established in 2002, and has done a lot of work to retain the presence of essential community services in the Commonwealth region. It also has a role of protecting our unique environment. My comments this morning focus on the upgrade of the Unsealed section of the Lawn Road. The vulnerability of our headland population was dramatically demonstrated when the Warhope Road was repetitively closed by landslips caused by prolonged high rainfall over the last year and the year before. All traffic was forced onto the Lawn Road. This road is unsafe for mixed traffic of family vehicles, school buses and heavy trucks. The bus contractor refused to transport children to or from Cobham for the duration of the Warhope Road closure. 2 large milk tankers were lost off the side of the road, causing injuries to drivers and extensive damage to the trucks. Several dairies were immediately impacted with the lost vehicles. 4 near fatalities from other accidents occurred. The Commonwealth medical practitioner refused to travel this road so that health services at the community centre ceased for several volunteers. Substantial number of heavy truck movements are required to service rural industries of Commonwealth and beyond, thereby creating greatly endangering the lives of families and school children travelling in light domestic vehicles. A significant contributor to heavy truck movements is the rapidly developing avocado industry on Commonwealth. Around half of the 140,000 avocado trees now planted on 24 farms are yet to yield fruit. Future truck movements will more than double in the next 4 to 5 years, from June to the following 8 years each year. So that's about a 10-month period. The upgrade of this section of road is urgent and essential to provide an alternative corridor of safe and reliable access to the Commonwealth hinterland. However, its planning and construction must take into account the presence of dense forest along its entire length. We've all witnessed the loss of lives with the calamitous fires that hit the Cockatoo, Cabargo and Kangaroo Island, where dense forest was retained too close to the road bridge. The Commonwealth community is taking urgent and proactive Council for their initiative in sponsoring the development of community emergency plans. We have involved our state and federal politicians in our planning to make our hinterland resilient and safe for all residents, visitors, businesses, employees and farmers. A recent federal grant obtained by Dr. David Gillespie to provide an emergency evacuation centre is a transparent demonstration that our community is serious in preparing for significant threats that will inevitably occur in the near future as climate change and its impacts accelerate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gordon. I'll just ask, is there any questions? No, thank you very much. If you'd like to take your seat, I do have a question for Director Billsma. For the benefit of Gordon, if you could please outline the work that is being done by Council in relation to the sealing of Lawn Road.
Through you, Madam CEO, Madam Mayor and community members here today, yes, the Lawn Road sealing project is certainly underway off the back of the $5 million from the federal government from the last election, and we have now got that project to a point of having a concept design for the sealing of the entire 13.5 kilometres and a staging plan which outlines how we could go about doing that with further funding opportunities being made available to us. That has us now at a point with the funding partner to proceed to a detailed design for that first section of sealing, and that will take place between now and through to the 22-23 financial year, and we will also have sufficient funds within that initial $5 million to seal that first 2.2 to 2.5 kilometre section of road. In doing so, we continue to look for available funds both through federal and state government sources, and we will continue to present that road project as a priority for Council in order to improve the safety, amenity and obviously the requisite economic benefits that come from the improvements to that section of road.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Billsma, for intimating what a high priority Lawn Road is for this Council. Is there any questions of councillors for staff? No? Okay, so we'll move on then to Stephen Gates.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much to Gordon Birch for articulately summarising the issues that Comboyne are facing in relation to Comboyne Road and the road from Lawn. And for the gentleman who spoke about Pipeclay Road, and perhaps this presentation talking about the road network will shed some light as to why Pipeclay Road is so bad. And perhaps just to jump forward, and perhaps the gentleman's not aware, the gravel resheeting of Pipeclay Road is now scheduled for 115 years, and in some sections 36 years. I'll note that it's already down to clay and mud. I think the notice of motion by the Deputy Mayor was well intentioned, but I think it misses some fundamental points. In the correspondence we've sent through this morning, we respectfully suggest an amended notice of motion. Perhaps that's something which is too late to be considered today, and perhaps the item gets moved over to a subsequent meeting. Why I say it's well-intentioned but misses the point, this is one of the difficulties with new members of council, is you often lack the historical context and information. You just simply don't have it to make a good decision or to ask the right question. One of the things we'll talk about is what is the current debt burden for sealed and unsealed roads? And we'll show you that. And in the attachment, we spell it out and we give you quantitative information. If there is one thing that you'll know about me, is I deal in facts. I don't deal in speculation or what I think it may be. I research council's documents and I give you the answer. I make your life a little bit easier. One of the things that's apparent is that the special rate variations, we've had 5, generate about $14.3 million today. The vast majority of that's used for roads. It isn't used for roads, and it hasn't been used for roads since 2000. There are some fundamental failings with the budgets. You used to have, when you get a special rate variation, you use your existing budget, say $100, you get a special rate variation, gives you another 10, means you've got 110, and that increases moving forward. What this council did was it cut the underlying budgets, fundamentally slashed it. If I look at the year 2015 and 16, the amount of the SRV doesn't even catch up to what the underlying budget should have been in that year. It's certainly not in addition to it. It's a grand scam, if you will. We have an opportunity in doing the draft operational plan for 2023 to get this right, to cut the intergenerational debt burden. And if we look at that debt burden, well, what is it? Well, let's talk about it for sealed roads. On council's own records, 35% of your sealed road network has not been resealed in accordance with your best practice requirements and your asset management plans. That equates to 308.5 kilometres of road. When we crunch the numbers for that and we look at the amount that now requires road rehabilitation instead of reseals, we're up to about a debt burden of $29.2 million, sealed roads only. If we then transfer that to unsealed roads, well, best practice says that you lose 10 to 15 mil of gravel per year. Your policy says that you will resheet gravel roads 1 in every 115 years. That gives you a gravel loss per year of 1.3 mil. That's directly contrary to council's expert consultant that it uses, ARRB. You've disregarded their recommendations. So what's the debt burden just for gravel resheeting? Well, I can tell you it is not less than 200 kilometres, which represents 30% of your unsealed road network. The debt burden, as it stands today, is $19.9 million using council's own gravel resheeting costs of $75,000 a kilometre. We have the fundamental position today where we have roads that are not serviceable. Why are we talking about future roads when the roads that we have in Comboyne, Bullow Creek Road, are not serviceable? There's a fundamental shortfall in this. This needs to be the focus of the notice of motion. The sealing of Lorne Comboyne Road needs a priority. It needs to be considered in terms of loan funding and advancing that project, not waiting for some third party to give us money. And fundamentally things like the risk priority. So Comboyne Road fence was proposed in 2010 based on risk. 2012 council adopted a risk-based prioritisation for works. That fence is still undone today.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen, and I apologise, we have to pull you up because roads are really a strategic focus for this new council, and it's something obviously that I'm very interested in. Did you email that to us, what you were speaking from? We have a copy of that because I haven't seen it, obviously. If you sent
it was emailed through at 6:45 this morning.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that.
My apologies. I would have emailed it earlier, but I wasn't aware that I was...
No, that's fine. Thank you. As long as we have a copy of what you've delivered to us now for consideration. I appreciate your advocacy for improvement in all areas of council, but predominantly roads. We've heard you loud and clear before today, and we've heard you loud and clear today. Thank you so much for being here and getting off the tractor. I'll just ask if there's any questions for Stephen. Councillor Shepherd.
I just want to draw your attention to the asset management policy. That's 1116. It's going up for public exhibition. Well, we're going to be debating, I suppose, whether to put it on public exhibition, and so I imagine that you might have some specific inputs around that. And then, if I may, question to the CEO.
Yes.
If you might want to speak as to the council's priority around the asset management and long-term financial management briefly.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, certainly when we look at our road network, we can see that we need to make a massive investment in terms of this right across the board. But one of the things that we've got in each of our functional business plans, and particularly with Director Billsman's area, is a review of our methodology around roads management. So instead of just going and doing this top seal and going back and doing this maintenance, we actually get it right from the beginning. So we actually want to bring in some experts that really give us some strong advice here and do a complete review so that it does have that long-term sustainability. So we're actually doing some sums in terms of comparisons with other local governments, what our activity-based costing is. We get complaints coming in from people saying, you just sealed that and you're back again repairing it. Why are you doing that? So this is why we need a review of that methodology to look at that. We're looking at our asset management plan and we're making sure we've got a clear investment in terms of that. Very much so. We know what the emerging things are. You tell us, other people tell us what those emerging things are. We can't ignore that and we can't focus on the shiny new things. We have to get this right. And so part of what I found since I've been here in 12 months, it's not just this. We talk about our sewer and water network. We're 7 years behind. So we've got to invest in getting that up to a certain standard, and roads are exactly the same, and our community deserves an awful lot better in terms of the way we manage that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam CEO. And thank you. Is there any other discussion for staff?
Just a quick question. I can't see that email here either, so if you could please resend it, because I'd assume most councillors haven't got it if I haven't got it. Pardon? Oh, okay, I'll check the junk mail.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. All right, if you'd like to take your seat or get back to the tractor, whichever you prefer. Thank you again, Stephen. All right, so we'll move on to suspension of standing orders. I'll have someone move in second that items 14.05, 14.09, 11.01, 11.03, 11.04, 11.07, 11.09, 11.10, 11.12, 11.14, 11.15, 11.17, 11.19, 11.20, 12.01, 12.02, 12.03, 12.04, 14.01, 14.02, 14.03, 14.04, 14.06, 14.08 and 14.10 not in the block be brought forward and considered next. Thank you, Mr Deputy. Thank you, Councillor Maltman. All those in favour? Thank you. None against. Declare that carried. So we will move to item now 11.01. Status of reports for council resolutions.
We'll need to go to 14.5 and 14.09.
Apology. Yes, we will go to 14.05. Thank you, Madam CEO. The Koala Recovery Strategy Review, which we've heard Les Mitchell address councillors on. Someone to move, and second, moved by...
Can I move a motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor
That
Griffiths.
one... Sorry, start again. That Council 1 requests the CEO provide a councillor workshop in the development of a koala conservation strategy. And point...
Just slowly. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, once we've got that down, can I have you read that out, please? Thank you.
From here? Sure. Okay, that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer provide a councillor workshop in the development of a koala recovery strategy, and 2, receive a report to the August 2022 council meeting on the draft koala recovery strategy.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, councillors? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
I'm going to speak through the microphone, sorry, because I'm completely gummed up and you won't hear me otherwise. Basically, I want to make sure that this goes to a workshop with councillors. As I read the report, a lot of the strategies that have been put in place in the action plans have actually not been effective, or we actually cannot actually achieve those goals. What I would like to see also is that we don't end up in a treadmill scenario where we continue to restudy. I think that would be an ineffective use of resource. If we can do something that is more effective and we can consider other alternatives, whether that's technology, bring in different agencies, collaborate with whoever or whatever that might be in consideration to what we have, whether that's us trying to push a new initiative. I think we need to actually have a greater conversation about that with the councillors and actually have a look at what else we can do within that strategy. So I want to make sure that the council goes to a workshop before we just continue on with what we sort of are proposing. I think it's quite limited in what we might be able to do there, so I just want to make sure we have a broader conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Mr Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to this? Would anyone else like to speak to this?
Question.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Through you to Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, we've received a 25-minute video presentation on the koala recovery strategy that provided a very, very succinct, if thorough, summary of the 14-page report that we've got that details some very clear recommendations on the final page that provide a very clear scope and evidence-based way forward based on the legislative restrictions or issues in the way. Why? I'm not sure as to the additional value that another councillor workshop would provide us. Can you explain?
Quite simply, I can include all councillors in a workshop and speak to you all, or I can speak directly to the director. So I'm okay if you don't want to have a workshop and you want to amend this and just say, we'll just leave the strategy moving forward and you don't want to hear my additional views, I can just give those directly to the director. I'm open either way. That's quite okay for you to decide that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Additional supplementary question to Councillor Griffiths.
Yes.
So, Councillor Griffiths, given that's the case, would you be open to considering additional point or a change to the date that would better reflect the urgency of action needed? So bring forward the date of delivery considerably, perhaps to as early as April, given the urgency.
I've already had a conversation with the director and the CEO, and this was the date suggested.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other conversation in relation to this, councillors? Councillor Interman?
Yes, question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the CEO, presumably the relevant director, I'm a little puzzled by the date of June here, of August rather, when the recommendation is for it to be presented to the June ordinary meeting, and all that is being asked in addition is for a workshop. So could we have a comment from staff regarding the potential timing? And I think this is extremely important because of the urgency of the koala situation. So could we get a response, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Acting Director Colton, if you'd like to respond. Thank you.
Madam CEO, it is an attempt to align the important strategies to the strategic direction of Council and understanding the impact on the strategic direction and the strategic change that is evident with the new council to our major strategies. That's the reason for the timing that's been proposed.
But you originally put in a recommendation for June. We knew all of the information at that point in time. Why then a change to August, and why again putting all this work on hold, waiting for a new strategic plan when we know it needs to be done?
CEO, the piece of information that has become evident since the compilation of the report is the desire for the workshop with councillors.
Thank you, Director Coulton. Any further debate or discussion, councillors? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Question to Acting Director Coulton. When you refer to the direction of the new council, are you referring to the blueprint that is up as an indicator of the direction of council?
Through you, Madam CEO, I wasn't specifically referring to that document, but I think it is an example of staff understanding the strategic direction of the new council.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Question to, I guess I'd be asking Director Watkins if she was here, but...
Councillors, if I may, I'll just direct you. It's through our CEO to the staff. So,
Sorry,
that's
yep.
okay, but just in future if we can ask
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
questions.
Through the CEO to probably Director Coulton. So what I'm hearing just in this discussion and debate right now is that the attempt is to delay the development of this plan, even though we have most of the information that we would need to get going with that plan. My question is, with the blueprint and the other types of things we're led to believe will be contained in that, would it not be prudent to understand this plan as a priority? Because it would seem to me that we have to understand this first in order to be able to make those other parts of the blueprint after the fact. Would that make sense to you?
Through you, Madam CEO, that is one approach, and that decision is really a matter for council in terms of the strategic priorities of the suite of documents that are before us.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
So I'm going to speak against this amendment because in practice what this does is severely push back any action that we're going to take in a strategic way in order to address the urgent issues we're facing with our koalas. So a state government inquiry report, so we're not talking about, the greenies, nothing against the greenies, by the way. We're not talking about, extremists or anything like that. We're talking about a New South Wales state government inquiry that reported that at this stage, on the current trajectory, koalas will be extinct by 2050. The concern around koalas has been escalated with their classification as now being endangered, which is no surprise to anyone, of course. And locally, we're in a specific situation where a large amount of the potential koala habitat hasn't been mapped, but we know it could be there. And we need strategies in place to be able to help locals who care about our koalas for triple bottom line reasons, not just because they're cuddly and furry, but we need strategies in place to make sure that locals are getting the strategic action needed for an integral part of our ecosystem, our economy and our community. I'm deeply concerned by the prospect that the direction that Council is going in might be what's contributing to this sort of amendment that delays action. We're talking about delaying action, and unfortunately this is a bit of a theme across the whole meeting, if you're going to stay around at all, that we're talking about delaying action when we've got something ready to go. So I'm very strongly against this amendment. I think our community should be very concerned about about this sort of a delay being proposed, and I hope our community will express their views into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Interman.
Through you to the CEO, I am rather astounded at the replies that we've got, and so my question is, we go back to the staff recommendation, endorse the development of an updated koala recovery action plan to be presented to the June Ordinary Council meeting. That is a couple of months away. Why, please, could we not add a workshop for councillors prior to it coming to the June council meeting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can do that. If it's a direction of council, then we can do that. Because we had this for the June and we've got a number of workshops and briefings and a new council, hence that was the date in terms of August. But obviously if it becomes a priority for council and you see the urgency, then we will do what we need to do to accommodate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths wishes to convey her perspective to us and regarding this matter, and that's fine. But we have an urgent matter here. We know that the community is extremely supportive of us doing all we can to protect the local koala population, and yet we've got a proposal here that's that's suggesting to delay this action, this adoption, for another several months. This will sit very hard with the community for no good reason for the delay. We've been told already that we can have that workshop prior to it coming back to the June council meeting so that we do not delay this. This is a really complicated, complex matter for which we have already received information, and the more we delay, we are basically abandoning our koala population. It cannot be said strongly enough that this cannot be held up for a blueprint because, this cannot be held up for a foreshadowed blueprint or any other strategic planning when we know that there is work to be done on this. We know it needs to be done as soon as possible, or risk our local koala population. Is this really what this council is intending? I will move an amendment shortly, but I speak strongly against this. It is just a delaying tactic for and abandoning a critically important piece of work that this council needs to do and progress on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Griffiths, nobody's asked you this question who's in opposition, but I'll ask it on their behalf. Are you open to the workshop happening prior to, so including that into your motion, prior to June? Would you like to say that?
I have no issue with the timing of a workshop. And the point is as well, there is absolutely no reason, if we're thinking clearly here, no reason a motion can't be put to a council at any point in time. It could be tomorrow, it could be any time, presenting in June or whenever we choose. It doesn't necessarily have to wait until August. If we determine that we're actually ready to put up a plan, a draft plan that needs to go to exhibition to the general public, we can do that at any point in time. So this is giving us sufficient time to work to, because it's actually not a simple matter. Just as Councillor Interman has said, it's a complex matter, it is complicated. We want to give ourselves sufficient time to make sure that we cover as many bases as we possibly can, including other partnerships, and make sure that what we're going to do, if we're going to actually carry out a plan, for me, I've been in council too long and watched far too many plans be presented, and in the end, they are ineffective. They don't deliver anything, they become more monitoring, it's more money we spend that we can't put do it where everybody wants it, on the ground, in infrastructure, or everything else where we need to go? Are we going to be responsible for weeds and every other thing that moves in that space out there that we actually are able to manage, or that we need other partners to manage? Is it for us, or is it for others to actually make sure they contribute on our behalf? I don't know that what this plan is right now is effective enough in its direction to get us where we need to go. It's not going to get there.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, and thank you for that further explanation. So you would be happy to, as long as there is a councillor workshop for involvement, you would be happy to insert that into the original recommendation as your motion. Yep. If we could direct that to you, Linda, thank you.
Okay, you want me to just repeat it or just repay it?
Mr Deputy Mayor, as the seconder, would you be considering that as well? Would you support that? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors Shepherd and Interman, is that palatable for you to support?
I have questions in regards to that.
Thank you.
So I note the substantial difference is still that a recovery strategy is not going to be presented to the June meeting, rather it will be a report. Is that your intent?
I explained that. I just clearly explained it to you.
If you don't mind, Councillor Griffiths, could I just have you reaffirm that?
I said I think I've clearly explained everything I need to.
So you would rather, sorry, Councillor Griffiths, you'd rather report than the strategy?
I didn't confuse. I didn't hear what you said.
May I restate
Maybe you
the
can
question?
reframe. Yep, thank you.
So my understanding is the original recommendation was to provide a draft strategy to the June meeting, and that your amendment proposes to provide a report, which is different. You know, once we've got the strategy, we can crack on. So can I just confirm that what you're requesting is a report, not the strategy itself, to the June meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Thank you. I'll move an amendment. Sorry?
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Your amendment?
Going back to the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Your point of order?
Point of order. I'm afraid I don't know the number, but we're currently in discussion of amendment. I believe it needs to be voted upon and made the motion before we can move another amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I don't believe so. I think Councillor Griffiths, if I'm correct, said that is what she was saying, that she's requesting a report. Yep. Thank you. So your point of order is not accepted. Councillor Interman.
Thank you. Move an amendment which would be the staff recommendation. 1, note the koala recovery strategy review outcomes. 2, endorse the development of an updated koala recovery action plan to be presented to the June ordinary meeting of council. Could you perhaps insert, Linda, draft koala recovery action plan to be presented to the June ordinary meeting of council? And 3, provide a workshop to councillors prior to the June meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Interman, if you'd like to speak to this.
Thank you. I appreciate what Councillor Griffiths is trying to do, but I also understand her frustration regarding times before when we've edged forward on this and then gone back for various reasons, usually state government changes that have caused us to have problems. Bearing in mind this notion about not losing ourselves in a lack of progress is why I wish to go back to the words of the staff recommendation, which does actually take us forward. It does note that we've done that review and we've taken the outcomes, and we're going to move forward with a draft recovery action plan to the June meeting. I feel that this is This is clearer. If we want actual movement forward on this matter, then we need to actually make some specifications as to what we're doing. Let us acknowledge at least the results that are in this report here about the outcomes of the strategy review. Take that step, we've got that information, and move forward then with a workshop and the decision then to come, a further decision to come to the June meeting. I am putting this forward because I agree with Councillor Griffiths that we have been stymied on this and there's not been a great deal of progress. Let's at least acknowledge the outcome of the strategy review and move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. If I may ask a question, just in relation to providing a workshop, I just need to understand what is expected to come out of the workshop, because from my understanding with Councillor Griffiths is that there to be input from councillors prior to there being an endorsement of the development of an updated draft plan, recovery action plan. So is it more just to have a workshop about almost like a briefing, or are you considering a true workshop where input from councillors can be made?
Madam Mayor, I'd be happy with either. As you know, when we have a functional briefing, there is input from councillors. I'm easy regarding the word. Is it a workshop or is it a briefing? So long as we have a meeting of minds so that we can exchange ideas before we actually consider the report to the June meeting. Okay?
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Shepherd, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I'm actually not super happy with the amendment because I think it needs to be much more urgent based on the information we've been provided, but this seems more likely to be supported than what I would like. And so noting the urgency, noting the recommendations of staff and noting the fabulous 14-page report, and truly fabulous video briefing were provided, I think this is a very reasonable way forward. And thank you, Mr Mitchell, for your representation on this matter also.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Would anyone like to speak in opposition to the amendment? No? Okay. Well, I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? So we have Councillor Maltman, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Griffiths against. The amendment has now become the motion. And Councillor Interman, would you like to continue the debate?
Please, through you to the CEO. Dr Allen, it's been suggested that there might be an important distinction between workshop and briefing. Could you suggest any clarifying improvement, or are you happy with the words?
Through you, Madam Mayor, look, I think we can gauge that by having a conversation with councillors separate to this council meeting and accommodate the needs around an interactive workshop with obviously information which is similar to a briefing.
Thank you. That being the case, Madam Mayor, I will simply rest on what's been said earlier and commend this motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd, did you wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I will. If we've been doing this for quite some time already, and according to the attachments, there is many actions that were just not achievable. If we're actually looking at the survey that was undertaken by BioLink, effectively that was a visitation survey. It was an extrapolation of population. So for me, what we're looking at is data that is actually not clear, how do you then determine what that looks like moving forward. You need to have clear data. So if we can't look at some clear data and know what's really moving forward, what are we actually presenting? Part of what it says here is every 3 years we're going to go and do another report. We're going to go and actually go back and do another data analysis, but the data analysis again is visitation, it's not population. So we don't really know what's actually out there. So I actually believe we need to be doing a lot more in this space, and for the sake of 8 weeks and bringing it forward, it's a big rush, but the big rush to what? To do some more surveying, to say that potentially we're somehow going to get to 50% reduction in road strikes. Well, how are we going to do that? What is the effectiveness of any of these points? So for me, these things have been going on for quite some time, and clearly they say they're ineffective or we have no effectiveness in what we can control and what we can do. We need to look at the bigger picture, and to just be rushing down the road to look at vegetation or anything else, again, how effective is that? What resource are we putting towards that? How much time and energy are putting our staff on the table to chase another talkfest or another something that is completely ineffective or has no net result? I think we need to start looking for some results, and we need to start looking differently at what we do, not just the same and the same.
Thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths. I'm going to speak to this. With the addition of point 3 and the clarification of that it's a workshop over a briefing, I'm going to support this with the view that come June, if a draft koala recovery action plan is to come before council and it isn't to our satisfaction, we can defer. So I will be supporting it for that reason. And 100% right, Councillor Griffiths. There's no point of having a plan for the plan of the sake of a plan. So we won't be, as a new council, doing that anymore. But I will be supporting this as it is moved, and commend it to other councillors to consider for their support as well. Thank you. Any other conversations about this, councillors? Right of reply, Madam Councillor Intiman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your comments and for all councillors' comments on this and for the submission we received. This is, of course, a very important matter for our local area. We all acknowledge the overwhelming amount of projects and demands on council, but this is a matter of our heart locally, and the community is very strongly behind protecting our local koalas. I agree with Councillor Griffiths so many times about the differences that we need to go forward. We've got to do things differently. We must be able to take some concrete steps, and so I do hope that the staff will take on board those ideas and comments about doing things differently, making some achievements, making sure that this is not just words, but connected to actual action that's going to have an effect. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimously carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 14.09. Thank you. Motion by Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just have a notice of motion in regards to the road network. I'll just read that for everyone's benefit.
Thank you.
That Council 1, note the priority need to proactively plan for, resource and deliver roads of strategic importance across the local government area. 2, investigate options for a north-south road and footpath link between the Innes Peninsula Link Road and Hastings River Drive that does not significantly impact existing dwellings or businesses. 3, investigate and fast-track planning for road priority options to assist with traffic management, flood mitigation, existing road upgrades and new route options, covering but not limited to Wrights Road, Highfield Circuit, Koala Street, College Rise, Thrumster Street, Fernbank Creek Road, Lake Road, Boundary Street and the education precincts surrounding CSU and St Columba Anglican College. 4, through the Mayor and the CEO, where appropriate, proactively collaborate in partnership with the state and federal government through the elected members and ministers where appropriate on the planning and delivery support for solutions to alleviate or reduce traffic congestion, flood mitigation, delivery of better economic outcomes, and to work towards fast-tracking road options for priority delivery in conjunction with and to support already planned works where possible. Point 5, continue to proactively seek funding support for Lawn Road upgrade from the state and federal government. Point 6, give consideration through the 2022-23 operational plan preparation to allocate $5 million towards progressing the upgrade project to seal the unsealed section of Lawn Road. 7, continue to work in partnership with the state government in advocating for fast-track responses and practical delivery of the Wrights Road to Lake Road upgrade, Houston Mitchell Drive overpass and King Creek Road intersection upgrade. Point 8, consider as part of the 2022-23 operational plan a significant increase in funding for road maintenance, resealing, rural road grading, resheeting and stabilisation, and upgrades, including emergency funding to support timely response to maintain roads following storm events. Note that Council considers road network planning, corridor preservation, associated footpath and cycleways funding and roads delivery are highest level priority for the budget allocations in this term of Council.
Thank you, Mr Deputy, and it gives me great pleasure to second this for you, if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your support and also the opportunity to speak on this one. This motion seeks to fast-track planning and delivery of roads of strategic importance across the Port Macquarie Hastings LGA to better deal with the traffic congestion, flood impacts, emergency response and mitigation, as well as improve economic outcomes. In January 2022, this council removed the Orbital Road from Council's works program for the fact that the historically identified corridor would severely impact homes and businesses, was unfunded and also was not supported by other levels of government, and rightly so. Many ratepayers and residents, along with visitors to our area, continue to experience lengthy delays and traffic congestion during peak times, particularly around the Innes Lake and Lake Road areas. Noting the imminent upgrade of the Ocean Drive between Matthew Flinders Drive and Green Meadows area, the need is now upon us to deal with the upgrade of Lake Road to complement these works. It is very clear that with the increasing number of dwellings being built in the Thrumster and Innes Peninsula area, that alternate and additional road routes be created to help residents to cross to the Hastings River Drive entry to Port Macquarie in a more efficient way. It is noted that the New South Wales State Government is currently undertaking planning and/or works to Wrights Road and Lake Road, which is the Link Road upgrades, Houston Mitchell Drive and King Creek Road. Council is supportive of seeing these projects progress as a matter of urgency. During the recent floods and bushfires, a number of issues arose around critical roads being closed to traffic. Our regional airport currently has no flood-free access, which in a number of ways inhibits our emergency response at a time we can least afford to be hamstrung, which is aside from the fact that a closed airport restricts travel and negatively impacts our local economy. There are flood and bushfire risk mitigation measures needing to be addressed with respect to road upgrades, and these must be a priority consideration. Given the expansion to our base hospital and associated health precinct in and around Wrights Road and Highfield Circuit areas, and with a limited in and out access currently available, there is a critical need to address these localised traffic issues as well as better maintaining road surfaces in this high traffic area. Consideration must be given now on how we as a council will alleviate the increasing traffic congestion around the CSU, the St Columba Anglican School, Major Innes Drive and Ruins Way precincts due to the rapid expansion of this area. With the continued issues surrounding Comboyne Road and the need to address this particular road in a more strategic way, the Lawn Road sealing project is currently progressing but needs a council contribution to support the works already underway. The Lawn Road project has received a $5 million contribution from the Commonwealth Government through Dr David Gillespie MP, for which I'm sure we are all very much appreciative. It is noted, though, that this project is estimated to cost in excess of $35 million and that much more work is needed to be done to secure additional funding for this critical trade route, not least to assist with the issues surrounding Comboyne Road, which does also need to be the subject of much more funding for upgrades. It must also be noted that there are many more critical road upgrades and maintenance projects to be completed across the broader LGA, and it would be the intention of this council to allocate more of council's resources to delivering better roads and maintenance outcomes for our whole LGA, including rural roads, both sealed and unsealed, to better service our community. Quite clearly, it's an extensive exercise in preserving corridors, designing, building and maintaining roads across a vast area, and it is not possible for council to fully fund every aspect of these project elements. It is critical that council, through the Mayor and CEO, supported by councillors in and out of the chamber, work in partnership with the state and federal government representatives and agencies to help deliver quality outcomes in achieving an efficient, effective and well-maintained road network into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. I'll briefly speak to this, and thank you for bringing this into chamber. As you know, Mr Deputy, when we were down in Sydney for the local government conference, we were able to get a meeting with the Regional Minister for Roads, the Honourable Sam Farraway, and we were in his office very quickly, and we thank our member for Oxley, this region here, the Honourable Melinda Pavey, for getting that meeting for us. We brought to him the plight of our more regional roads to him. And I know that we're talking about roads of significance here, but considering that Stephen Gates has spoken on this particular item, I want to assure that whilst we are focused and highly focused at that on our roads of strategic importance and significance for our region as a whole, we are also heavily focused on roads of significant importance to our community in our more rural areas. We had a great audience with the Minister, and we put our position forward of needing to secure substantial funding. We're not talking a few million, we're talking tens of millions of dollars to invest into the growing region of Port Macquarie Hastings. I'd like to also assure our community that Port Macquarie Hastings is also the membership of the joint organisation, which is our neighbours in Kempsey and Bellingen, and great work has been done in our joint organisation for over $100 million secured for fixing country bridges, timber bridges. I'd also like to advise our community that Port Macquarie Hastings Council is also a member of Regional Cities, which is an advocacy in Parliament House for talking about the burdens that regional cities like ours actually have in growing our city and providing much needed infrastructure. This motion that's been brought in by the Deputy Mayor is vitally important. It's a high-level strategy, probably higher than any other level that we've had before. And this council is a council that will be focused on infrastructure delivery. We will be an infrastructure local government during this term. Our community will see delivery like has not been seen before. How can I say that with any confidence? I say that because you have a focused council and you have a determined CEO who understands how vital it is that we get on with the job at hand. So I want to thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, for bringing this, not just to Chamber, but to our community in general. So thank you very much. I open the floor now to councillors if they wish to debate further.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for Deputy Mayor Roberts.
Thank you, Councillor.
You mentioned corridors quite a few times in this motion. Are you talking about wildlife corridors?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Edwards. I'm talking about corridors. They may involve some level of green space. However, the productive word here is investigate. So my understanding and probably the desire is to have a look at what options are available rather than, going straight for the nearest green zone. So these are really complex matters. Obviously, we've got a lot of work to do in and around planning for roads. There's lots of legislation we need to be aware of. So in that regard, there's a lot of work that we need to do before we can identify a corridor. So the investigation is certainly the key component there.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Shepherd.
Through you to Deputy Mayor Roberts. I'm curious for you to explain the additional benefit conferred through the notice of motion that's been put forward beyond the, on page 139 of our agenda item 14.01, there's an extremely comprehensive list of prioritised projects from short to medium term, long term, which certainly I'd concede has changed somewhat, with some projects needing to be prioritised a lot more highly than they were at the time. What additional benefit is conferred by your notice of motion beyond that draft Joint Integrated Transport Network Plan and those prioritised projects contained within?
Thank you for the question. I'll just draw councillors' attention to point 9 of the motion. This motion really seeks to place road network planning as a subject matter at the top of the list of priorities. So in that regard, that we do make road planning and infrastructure upgrades in that regard at the highest level priority. So it's actually complementary. It's not taking away. It's not working in competition. But I'd also suggest that there's plenty of roads contained in what I'm talking about in those other plans that I'm asking for us to fast track rather than hinder or slow down.
Yes, Councillor Shepherd.
So supplementary question through you again to Deputy Mayor Roberts. So I note your point around the importance of action being strategically driven, and I heartily agree with that. However, I note that across the course of this agenda, there are 3 substantial items, 2 of which are drafts of a high level ready to go, the draft infrastructure strategy and the draft Port Macquarie Hastings Regional Integrated Transport Strategy, in addition to the one that I've just referred to before. Those 2 strategies are about as high level as it gets, and the drafts are absolutely complete and ready to go. And similarly, the network plan I've just referred to previously is, getting ready to crack on. So my question is, each of those have been delayed significantly by the proposed blueprint, which has not yet been resolved by Council. Each of those has been delayed significantly by the blueprint, those high-level strategies that could guide all of our transport and whatnot. Why is it that this NOM isn't being held up by that blueprint, and why is it that this NOM isn't being held up by that blueprint while those high-level strategies are?
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. If you could just pause for that for a moment. There is a dog in a vehicle just out here. Does somebody own that dog? Thank you. It's quite warm outside, and perhaps you may wish to get the dog out of the car. Thank you. Sorry, Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will just suggest about the other reports on the agenda that most of the recommendations there are staff recommendations. I don't want to preempt my support or otherwise for those, but again, I'll just reiterate that this is placing roads of strategic importance and also consideration for roads that would help in flood and bushfire mitigation become the highest priority. So when we're talking about other plans, there's a suggested or a draft priority list. All I'm stating here is that from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is that we need to give the highest level priority to stuff that is very relevant to us as a community right now, and bushfires and floods is certainly something that we've experienced quite recently. So in that case, again, I see this as complementary, not taking away anything.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Is there any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Edwards.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Another question through you to Deputy Mayor Roberts. I thought I was tall, but this is a little bit too. Just with point 2 of this notice of motion, which says investigate options for a north-south road and footpath, that's sort of quite a specific aim and a specific location. And my question to you is, considering the councillors are having a workshop just next week, wouldn't this sort of thing be best discussed in that space ahead of making a notice of motion?
Again, thank you for the question. I would hope that it would be a major point of discussion at Monday's briefing, all of these items. So if it is a resolution of council that they're a high priority, I think if we resolve that way, that we will actually bring forward discussions on these particular items. So again, I think this is complementary to the work we're doing.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Interman.
Through you to the CEO and the relevant director. We've got a number of very specific suggestions here. I share the concerns of others about this pushing forward effectively arbitrary priorities. So the question to the relevant staff member is that can we rely on your frank and fearless advice to us as to the priorities that you see from your assessment, including consideration of what the list that was adopted in July 2021 for priority roads. The question is, can we be assured of your frank and fearless advice to councillors regarding priorities from the organisational perspective? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Director Billsman, did you have something you wanted to say on this, or are you happy for me to take it?
CEO, Councillor Inchman, and councillors, the notice of motion that's put before you it ties into some discussions, obviously, that we're planning in a workshop with all councillors next week, and that the origin of that workshop is tying in the resolution from July of 2021 in relation to the Transport Network Master Plan, the development of that draft master plan for our community's awareness, and also the subsequent resolution of January this year in relation to removing the orbital from our transport planning network project. So the purpose of the workshop next week is to bring the planning approach that has been undertaken to date, the work that has been done in identifying and getting some of those options on the table, but also hearing clearly from our newly elected body around their priorities and how they tie into that overall master plan, so that when we do put that to the community, it is reflective of our current thinking and the resolutions that have taken place since then.
Supplementary question, please. So if I support this motion, does that preclude me from taking on further information at the workshop on Monday and perhaps supporting priorities that aren't necessarily in this particular motion?
Again, through you, Madam CEO, that will be dependent on Council's decision on this notice of motion, and obviously the outcomes from the workshop and the resulting reports and plans that come to Council for consideration on putting on exhibition into the future.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you for those very helpful questions and answers. So on the basis of those answers, I'm going to move an amendment that we defer the debate and resolution of this matter until the next council meeting. So, April ordinary council meeting. And, sorry, I'll add in further words. Deferred until after the Councillor Road Networks workshop on Monday 21st. That's next week.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, thank you. Speak to this.
Yes, so certainly I'm concerned about the implications of proceeding with this with the previous proposition, and so by deferring the debate and decision until after we've been given the opportunity of being properly informed of the issues presenting across the whole road network, I think that's the way that we perform our due diligence as councillors. I'd also like to note specifically that, as Director Bilsman noted, that one of the issues that we're going to be addressing on Monday's workshop is the implications of the orbital road. And I note the orbital road decision made in January. And the reason I bring that up is because that extraordinary meeting was called and all of those issues debated without any briefings or any induction activities being undertaken by councillors at that stage. And so certainly one of the things we're dealing with at this point is decisions that were made without a considerable amount of information being made available to councillors. I'd really like to avoid that situation happening again, and by deferring this simply till next month, I think that gives us the opportunity to do exactly that. I also note that should other agenda items this afternoon, today, gosh, I hope it's not the afternoon, should those items be resolved to proceed instead of delaying, that actually we'll be able to crack on with action very quickly, without delay as a result of deferring this particular debate.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to speak in support of this motion. I also think that this is the best way forward. I think it's important. Yes, we are a new council, and yes, we have this blueprint that's been mentioned through a number of meetings, and it's on the cards. We're trying to shape that, and all councillors are meant to have input into shaping that. So we need to have these kinds of discussions before we come up with ideas. That's certainly how community engagement works, and that's the same within the elected body too.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any other discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Interman.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Shepherd, for bringing up this amendment, because it is important. These are important decisions, and so therefore we should not be making them on the fly or arbitrarily. We absolutely need the benefit of the workshop that we've got on Monday, and any and all information that the staff can provide us with respect to priorities. That being said, and sorry, Councillor Shepherd, I would have liked to have spoken to the motion, but I'll speak to some points in talking to the amendment. I don't think anyone would disagree that we note the priority need to proactively plan for and address roads of strategic importance. I think that definitely we need to investigate and fast-track planning for specific roads, but my understanding was that the blueprint process was going to identify those priorities for us, so that would make it a little bit premature, I think, Mr Deputy Mayor, to specify those. As to Clause 4, we already do proactively collaborate in partnership with the state and federal government. If that can be done better, then I would hope that that action would be taken, and it seems to me that that already has undertaken in terms of going to the Minister to try to get more funding for our priorities, definitely. We have for a long time worked in partnership with the New South Wales State Government, and yes, we do need fast-tracked responses, but that resolution that we passed in July 2021, which listed the priorities and included Lawn Road, was very well received by the state government, particularly because for the first time they had a list of priorities in front of them that council had agreed to. We all will have read the comment today from the chamber saying that this resolution here just confuses the issue. Well, yes, perhaps it does, but I think more to the point, it's a good direction that you're trying to take us, Mr Deputy Mayor, but I really think that it's a little premature, and we need to get that roundtable discussion on Monday and the information that's provided to us before we make these final decisions. No one of us can ever know the whole of anything, and so that's why we need to engage with each other and exchange views. Again, I support Clause 9, the sentiment of there, and 8 about a significant increase in funding, and note the importance of it. The sentiment I absolutely agree with, but I think it's a tad premature, and I would certainly recommend that we do have the round table on Monday and get the information from staff so that we can all contribute to deciding what are the actual priorities. And when I say all, I mean the staff as well. They are the repository of a lot of detailed information that we are never across as councillors, and I highly value their input always, and looking forward to Monday. So yes, I speak in favour of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. If I may, Linda, I just need to make a correction. It was Councillor Edwards that seconded the amendment. If we could just fix that. Thank you. Any other discussion before I put it to the vote, councillors? No? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Slade, Councillor Maltman, Mr Deputy Mayor, myself and Councillor Griffiths against. Thank you. The amendment has been lost. We'll move back to the motion. Thank you. I'll open the floor for further debate and discussion. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
I'll be brief because I think my points have already been made largely. My concerns are that this notice of motion is going to be forwarded in preference, perhaps, depending on how the other items go this afternoon, that this agenda item that is not, I believe, strategically focused and driven is going to be forwarded in preference over ready-to-go strategies, not ready to go in the sense of let's adopt them and go ahead, but ready to go to public exhibition for genuine community input. And that's how it should work, that any sort of considerable prioritisation should be with explicit and structured community input, and I don't believe that's what's going to happen here if we proceed. So I commend my colleagues to vote against this at this stage in lieu of the excellent opportunities we have to pursue strategic action over the rest of the course of this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any other discussion, councillors? Councillor Interman.
Yes, speak against the motion, and Madam Mayor, look, it's a perplexing situation to find ourselves in this situation where we're getting proposals put to us for a vote that have not gone to community consultation. I understand about the priority for roads, I understand that. But we're also committed to community consultation, transparency, fact-based decision-making, not arbitrary decision-making, and it really is quite disappointing that this blueprint has been put forward, which is holding up other decisions on the basis that is the living document that's going to give us all our priorities, and then lo and behold we get a motion like this put before us that completely obviates and contradicts that notion. I ask my fellow colleagues to think about the consistency, or rather the lack of consistency, that's being presented here, and if the blueprint is going to be at top of it, then the blueprint should be at the top of it, and we shouldn't be making decisions like this on the run at this moment in time. I understand how pleasurable it can be to get a decision through like this without having community consultation, but that's part of our responsibility, and to be fact-based. So I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Edwards.
I just have a question. Noting what happened within the community regarding the orbital road proposal, again, that was a proposal. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Roberts, how is this different if we're seeking to investigate options for a north-south road? We're sort of proposing, how is that different to the orbital road, what got so much of the community offside?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the question, Councillor Edwards, I'm not suggesting at all it's different. I'm saying as part of an investigation, you would naturally, and based on process, have a community consultation process as part of that. So I'm not suggesting we do anything other than follow due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Sorry, just one more question to follow up on that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, would you agree that's what largely the community were unhappy about, is the moment which they were brought into the process? Like, I think a lot of our community, they want to be involved in the problem solving, in generating the solutions, not just hearing the proposals and choosing from those.
I think there was a question in there. I think we've got a lot to learn from past processes and discussions. So, you know, we've got to take that on board as a new council, as a council more broadly, and as a community. What I'm talking about here is an investigation, and also the other points that I've raised here is making this topic the highest priority for us to discuss and also share with our community. So we're really laying down our intentions here. Rather than saying these are the exact roads, we're doing some study, some investigation to have a look at these things. We're not actually adopting a north-south link here. What we're doing is putting on the table that we're going to investigate such an option.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Interman.
Through you to the CEO and to Director Bilsma. So bearing in mind the comments that have just been made, I want to revisit your comment just a few minutes ago, and to note that what has just been said is that all we're doing, all this motion is saying is that we investigate and that we go to community consultation. So therefore, can I be assured that in fact the staff will be taking that on board in that spirit, that it is for further investigation and not taken as a fait accompli with the exact names that are roads that are named here for going forward? Is that clear?
Through you, Madam CEO, yes it is.
And so you would agree that these are not fait accompli decisions, these are also to be investigated and consulted with the community?
Again, through you, Madam CEO, that is my understanding of the proposed motion in front of you in regards to planning an investigation on what may be possible to then obviously take to our community.
And just a supplementary sentence, if I may, Madam Mayor. So does that mean that that not only these road names that you'll be considering, you'll also be considering other road names, named roads?
Can we have some clarification? I see some confusion on Director Billsma's face, and with the echo, he didn't quite catch that. So what do you mean by other road names or named roads?
Well, there's road names here, okay? There are named roads in this proposed motion. I am trying to clarify with you that you have, what is your response to the suggestion earlier that, just now, that these are just for investigation, they still have to go out for community consultation, and I'm also asking you if you will also be considering other roads that aren't necessarily in this list, e.g. that might have been in the list from July 2021. So we're not tied into a corner. Can you clarify that with this motion we are not actually tied into a corner that's limited only to what's mentioned here?
Through you, Madam CEO, thanks for that clarification, and apologies I couldn't quite hear through the echo originally. Yes, that is my understanding, and certainly the workshop that we have planned for Monday is that opportunity to understand some of those priorities and needs more broadly as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? Would you like your right of reply, Mr Deputy? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you again to Councillor Roberts. I asked a question earlier.
Councillor Edwards, order. You have asked a couple of questions on this already. Thank you. If you'd like to take your seat. Thank you. You've asked two questions on this.
I was going back onto a question I've already asked. I'm not asking a new one. It's just, I was just asking to tie in the question I already asked of Councillor Roberts.
Well, I think by you raising and addressing the Deputy Mayor, you're asking something else again. I'm ready to provide the right of reply to the Deputy Mayor.
I move an amendment then. I wasn't going to go that far, but it's just one word, but I'd like to move an amendment then. Considering Councillor Roberts earlier answered my question about corridors and what was meant by the term corridors, and he answered that yes, green spaces and wildlife corridors were the intention. So that's the only part I'd like to change, which is point 9. So just in front of corridor preservation, that it's wildlife and green space corridors.
In the essence of time, Councillor Edwards, Mr Deputy Mayor, did you want to incorporate that in, or will we entertain the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wouldn't like to incorporate it because corridor preservation is around roads in particular that are governed by quite a lot of green legislation, or green tape if you like, already. So we need to consider environmental factors. On that basis, I wouldn't take it in.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an amendment through Councillor Edwards.
Sorry, just speaking to that. Yeah, look, I think that's extremely important in part of our forward thinking and planning.
If I could, Councillor Edwards, before you do speak to it, we need a seconder.
Oh, sorry, no one seconded.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards, if you'd like to speak to it.
Beg your pardon, I missed the fact that nobody supported it. Just to then I'll be brief, but I think it's vitally important that we are in forward thinking, that we're including this. There's a few items we've already discussed today, and certainly part of our overall vision for the Port Macquarie Hastings. It's going to be extremely important to include this. I want it to be sort of spelled out that is what's being investigated. These are things that we cannot just make in certain places. They are where they are. It's a fact, and we need to identify them and protect them at the earliest opportunity. So that's what I have to say about this.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd.
So I seconded for the point of discussion, and I won't be voting with it, voting for it because it's just too far away from actions that I can support in a strategic way forward for our community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Is there any further conversation on this amendment? I hear none. I'll put it to the vote then. Those in support of the amendment? Thank you. Councillor Edwards. Those against? Councillor Edwards is the only in support. Linda? The rest are against. The amendment's been lost. We're back to the motion. And if there's no further discussion, councillors, in the essence of time, I'd like to give... Did you want a right of reply, Mr Deputy? I'd like to give him the right of reply.
I'll be very brief, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the message on this one is just as important as the words contained, that the roads are the most strategically important item we can work on as a council going forward. I note that the staff are doing a lot of work and have done a lot of good work on our road network planning. We've consulted with the state and federal government, and there's a lot of support for that. I do also want to remind community and councillors that we are in an election cycle as well. We have just had some severe weather events, obviously. We have had bushfires, floods. There is a lot of funding around at the moment. So if we delay something like making roads the highest priority, we may miss on some of those opportunities. So not only on that basis, but I think in the general sense, there's, at least in my view, some general consensus that roads are a high priority and that we should move forward, at least in a very strategic way to start with, and then through to more detailed planning. And in that vein, I do look forward to working with councillors on identifying the priorities in this regard. So if anything, this is about making it a priority and signalling to our community that roads are the highest priority for our council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Edwards and Councillor Shepherd are against. I'll declare that motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on now to item number 11.01. Someone to move? Moved by Councillor Shepherd, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so I've brought this out of the block. It's a boring one. It's the status of reports, but it's significant. So what you can see in the status of reports each month is basically what's coming up or what's being delivered, and that actually gives you some very big insights as to what's happening in council. The reason I'm bringing it up is because a number of very important reports actually are being delayed from this month to next month. And I want to be very clear actually that that while they're very important, I can see it's apparent why they've been pushed back, and I want to make sure that it's very clear to our community the absolutely fantastic and responsive work that's being done by council staff, including the directors, some of which are leaving us, but that we should be very grateful for, and make it very clear to our community that into the future, absolutely, I think we can be expecting things to be getting back on track, so long as we're making sure that we as councillors are getting our priorities right and not calling out too many extraordinary meetings. We've already had 3. Not calling on too many more urgent briefings, of which we've already had a number, and making sure that the notice of motions that we're putting forward are absolutely productive to the ends we're trying to achieve. And with that, I commend my colleagues to vote in favour of this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Griffiths, did you wish to speak to this? Would anyone else like to speak to this? Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against, declare it carried. Item 11.03, policy review, councillor and staff interaction policy. Thank you. Councillor Interman, moved.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move the staff recommendation. I believe I've already had a brief discussion with Madam CEO.
Sorry, Councillor Interman, are you moving the staff recommendation as it is?
I believe that I am, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Do you mind if we just get a seconder, please? Could I have someone seconded? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I was just about to say, I've had a brief chat with Madam CEO regarding this. I've brought up a number of items here just to we've got a new policy procedure happening here. Let's just get it clarified in terms of the process. regarding this particular item, the outgoing policy was not provided in the attachments. That's the information provisions. And could we please, and also at the end, bearing in mind this is going out for consultation, could we say at the end of this that it replaces that information provision to councillors policy and make that policy available also to people who are going to be looking at this? So that's all I'll say just at this moment, and leave that as a question to the CEO, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly make sure that we add that information and add it to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other councillors wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question which I put in email but hasn't been fully answered yet, so I'm expecting more information. But just to quickly clarify, I think what I gathered from my question was, through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, is the new draft provision of information between councillors and staff policy the model policy, exactly the model policy, or is it that this new draft fits with the model policy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, at this point in time, we take our guidance in terms of the Office of Local Government for these policies, and so we found that a large number of our policies were out of date. This one is not so much out of date in terms of 2017. There's not major differences, but we do need to update in terms of new standards that come out as well.
Sorry, supplementary question. I just wondered, could you answer a little bit more, like yes or no? Is it just the model policy as it is, or is it changed a bit by you?
Basically, it's fit for purpose, so it's fit to the model in terms of the Office of Local Government. Yeah. Pardon? There are some amendments in terms of best practice with other local governments, obviously, but it's not as, I'm looking at your intention in terms of a result of a new council coming on board. We needed to have this in the schedule for amendments anyway. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this, councillors? Right of reply, Councillor Interman.
No, thanks, except to say, Madam Mayor, thank you to the CEO. Yes, on all of these policies, when they get updated, please can we have that information at the end to specify what they are replacing and how they are changed, and also if during the consultation that information to provision to councillors can also be made available to those people who might want to make a comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item number 11.04.
Yes, similarly, the request that there be the note at the end to advise...
Sorry, Councillor Interman, are you moving the recommendation?
Yes, I am. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm trying to save time.
Thank
you. Yes, I am moving the recommendation.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Griffiths, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, can we have that note at the end of the new policy to say what it provides, what it supersedes, my apologies, and also to make sure that the original is made available to people who are going to make comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from councillors? Right of reply, Councillor Interman. Thank you. Put the motion to vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item number 11.07, Policy Review Bushfire Risk Mitigation on Public Land. Moved by Councillor Griffiths, seconded by, could I have a seconder please? Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I'll just speak quickly to this one. I know there's many of our rural people who are actually been affected by fires, and I would like to make sure that everybody's aware of the fact that they should be actually having a look at the public land that sits beside their private property and go through this policy to make sure that it's actually going to deliver what they would like to see. So I hope they take a good interest in that particular item.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Shepherd, did you wish to speak to this? Any other councillors? Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote, unless you want to write a reply. Motion to the vote. Thank you. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item number 11.09. Thank you, Mr Deputy. I have a motion to be moved. If you'd like to move that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've sent something through to Linda as a motion. Thank you. I'd like to, when ready, I can give this to you, Linda, if you like. That's the one. Thank you.
Sorry, can we clarify what we're debating now?
Item number 11.09.
Happy to put that when you're ready, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Thank you. Councillor Roberts, would you... Mr Deputy Mayor, I should say.
I'm happy to read it out if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Yeah. That Council publicly exhibit for 28 days the proposal to rescind the climate change response policy, with a further report be considered by Council at the May 2022 ordinary meeting of Council following the public exhibition period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I know it's seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Would you like to speak to this? Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak to this?
Move an amendment.
Thank you. An amendment by Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry. Oh, gosh. The amendment I would like to move is the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, can I ask for a copy of the motion as moved by Councillor Roberts? We haven't seen a copy of that. So the amendment, just to read that out. And to clarify, this is the staff recommendation that Council adopt the revised climate change response policy for the purpose of public exhibition, publicly exhibit the draft policy for a period of not less than 28 days, and note that a further report will be tabled at the May 2022 meeting of Council detailing the submissions received from the public during the exhibition period.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
So speaking to this, the first thing I want to note is that the motion that we just saw up on the screen before, I don't have a copy, it hasn't been emailed to me, I don't have it on paper anywhere, this is the first time I've seen it. And substantially the difference between the staff...
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Shepherd, and thank you so much, Michael. So our governance, our group manager of governance has just come and advised me it's a direct negative to what we're doing now, which I should have picked up, and I thank you very much for that, Michael. So we're unable to actually move that. It's out of order.
Okay. So, sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, that what was moved by Deputy Mayor Roberts was the direct opposite of the council recommendation.
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
and therefore I can't move that
That's
amendment.
right.
Sorry.
Thank you. If you'd like to take your seat and just gather your thoughts, Councillor Shepherd.
It's a foreshadowed motion. Foreshadowed motion.
Thank you very much for that advice, and so I'd like to leave that there as a foreshadowed motion. So should yes.
Thank you. That's okay. It's all a learning curve, Councillor Shepherd. You're still learning a couple of years down the track as well, let me tell you. Councillor Inchman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to Councillor Roberts. Are you suggesting that we rescind the whole policy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's quite obvious. Thank you.
Sorry?
Yes, that is the intent.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. Okay, so we have Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just want a point of clarification and maybe a question through the CEO to Director Coulton. 2 days ago, 15th of March, the Federal Court overturned the Sharma versus Minister of Environment for 2021 court case. That was overturned. So this is no longer valid to this policy. Do we need to note that as part of this, or will that be just picked up as part of the actual overall process and exhibition?
Through you, Madam CEO, I do note that detail. As part of the submissions process, we would make that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any further we're here at the motion, so is there further debate and discussion? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
So I'll start with saying that there's now unequivocal scientific consensus that climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of natural disasters. And I wouldn't usually say that in these discussions, but it's necessary to say because that consensus has been raised as a question by the spokesperson for the council body in the media. And likewise, I would also say that there's unequivocal scientific consensus that humans are driving climate change. That these are no longer debated facts in the scientific community, and indeed, council is advised by or takes advice regarding climate change, as we're mandated to do from the state government, who takes their advice from the Bureau of Meteorology, CSIRO, and which are very clear on these facts. That first one that I noted, that climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of natural disasters, is of course particularly relevant to our community. And even if you weren't someone living on the land who could observe, greenie or not, the changes that are happening, these serious natural disasters are in and of themselves enough to show us face-to-face evidence, so to speak, in-person evidence of what it is that is happening, separate from the unequivocal data. And I want to come back to that level of scientific consensus. The level of scientific consensus there is that climate change is driving the intensity and frequency of natural disasters, and that humans are driving the climate change, is almost the same as the scientific consensus that the world is round. We're talking about as pretty much as close to 100% as you can get. So I just want to be very clear on that. So the significance of what we have up on the screen here, of rescinding not a climate emergency declaration, but actually a climate change response policy that provides the basis for strategically considered, measured, coordinated, holistic, locally focused action. What we're talking about is completely hamstringing our community from being able to be supported and to personally understand the importance of reasonable action on climate change. It's a huge backward step, and laughing before at a sense of absurdity that this is where we're at. I note that a vast majority of Australians recognise the reality of climate change, and this is what the data tells us, the research tells us, the independent research, that the vast majority of Australians support more action on climate change. And we can talk about the current legislation and what local government is required to do, or state government's required to do, or federal government's required to do. But do we really want our politicians to be holding the law as their basic standard for conduct and planning for our communities? Or do we want our elected leaders to be thinking about our responsibilities to future generations and holding ourselves to a higher level, to the highest level of integrity, the highest level of forward thinking and responsibility for our future? The proposition before you on the screen is absolutely at odds with that. And it's notable that I was unable to move an amendment that was simply the staff recommendation, because this is exactly the opposite of what our incredible staff recommend.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Thank you, Councillor Interman.
One quick question to the Deputy Mayor and a further question then to Councillor Griffiths. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, you say Council publicly exhibit for 28 days the proposal. What is the proposal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the proposal would be that it's the intent of Council to rescind. So we're not rescinding here today, it's the intent to rescind. Thank you.
Proposal to rescind. Sorry, where is the intent?
It's a proposition. It's a proposition to rescind.
Okay, so in fact, it should not be the, because you're not actually referring to anything. It should be a proposal to rescind because it's just come out of the blue. So that would be my comment on that. My further question to...
Are you asking a question, Councillor Interman, or are you just making your point known?
All right. Mr Deputy Mayor, what would you say to that?
I'd say it's slightly semantic. I think it's the same thing.
I'll speak to that later. Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Griffiths, what were her comments that she made earlier about Sharman or Sharma?
Perhaps you may address that to Councillor Griffiths.
So through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, could you clarify what you were saying before about Sharma or whatever? Thank you.
It forms part of the policy and is no longer relevant.
I have no idea. I'm completely at odds as to what it is that you're saying. Could you please explain?
As part of the policy that court case is referred to, it is no longer valid.
I'm sorry, I can't take that on board. I have no evidence. There's nothing here. If Councillor Griffiths would like to provide further facts,
Councillor Interman, it was a decision of the federal court. 3 High Court judges actually.
So we as councillors are to rely on the information that we have provided. We have not been provided that information, and so therefore I can't take it into account. It dealt with a federal matter, not council.
Thank you. It is federal law though, and it's been, Councillor Interman, it's been across the news. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
This is to the motion, right? Yes? Okay, I'm just going to speak to this quickly and clarify it. So my question was specifically to the Director. If there's been a change in place, how are we going to deal with it? So that's already been clarified. It will be taken up as part of feedback. Full stop.
Thank you. Any other discussion, councillors? Okay. Right of reply, Mr Deputy.
correct?
Yes, we are.
Yes, thank you. I'll speak against the motion, Madam Mayor. It is indeed a very backward step when a council that has gone to great lengths to engage with its staff, the staff then to engage with state, federal and indeed global agencies to ascertain the scientific basis for what we now know is changes in climate. There is still debate about where the cause of climate change comes from, but we're certainly dealing with it, and our community will be required to deal with it. And Council, as a leader of that community, I believe that people look to us for leadership. They look to us to help them to deal with these serious changes that are going to be coming forward. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the other councillors, it is saddening that such a backward step could be taken when in fact the science is fully in agreement that these changes are taking place, and I believe that to go down the path of rescinding the policy, I understand we're going to the community, but to go down the path of even suggesting to rescind this policy is a dereliction of our duty, is my considered opinion. And if anyone thinks that I'm have a rusted on opinion about this, I'd like to assure you that I actually spent months investigating the other side to look at the evidence that presumes to say that there is no climate change and that humans cannot avoid this by appropriate action. I'm not rusted on. I really have looked at the other side, and I'm very convinced that the scientific evidence supporting the fact that there is devastating changes to climate coming and for which we need to be prepared. And so therefore I can only hope that the community and their opinions will be able to convince you to accept this as being a real problem that we as council need to take on board and address. I oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. I'm going to wade into the debate here just before we close off in saying that the climate change response policy, Councillor Interman, came about as a result of council, the previous council, declaring a climate emergency declaration. Councillor Interman, you have been on council for a very long period of time, and it confuses me that you have never brought a notice of motion to council before the climate emergency declaration was called for with your concerns about climate change. We've certainly heard your concerns about fluoridation, but certainly not climate change. Councillor Shepherd, on the other hand, has spent probably 2 and a bit years of her life coming to council every night, so she's congruent with her position. That's part of the reason why I think she stood for council. So I do respect that. I may not...
Madam Mayor.
What is your point of order?
So, casting personal reflections, and so should you wish to continue, I would wish to take up the right to be able to clarify any misrepresentations made about me.
Councillor Shepherd, thank you. Your point of order is out of order. I am suggesting factually that every time that you addressed council, when I was chairing, you were speaking on your views on climate change, were you not?
In fact, that's not correct.
Okay, Councillor Shepherd. I'll remove any comment of Councillor Shepherd in my response just now. What I would say is that there were pockets of the community that came to council and shared their...
Again, point of order, Madam Mayor. Are you speaking to the motion?
I am speaking to the motion. Thank you, Councillor Interman. If you'd like to take your seat.
I'm asking a question. Are you speaking to the motion? I believe you have.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Interman. I have 5 minutes if I so choose. I ask you to take your seat. You have no point of order.
I will ask you to refrain from personal aspersions about me or any other councillor, please.
Councillor Interman, thank you. Your point of order is out of order. Take your seat. So we have pockets of our community who have concerns about climate change. We also have pockets of our community who want council to get on with the business of fixing roads, fixing stormwater, fixing sewer, making sure that our traffic congestion is dealt with, making sure we have sporting fields for our growing population, and dealing with development that impedes our way of life. They're the things we're here to do. The climate change response policy came about, it wasn't there before, it came about as a result of council declaring a climate emergency declaration. This council resolved to rescind the declaration. That has happened. It makes perfect sense to me that off the back of the rescission of the declaration that the policy is rescinded as well. And in light of the federal court's decision just this week, I wholeheartedly support that. If the federal government can't be held to account, why should local government? Thank you. End of my...
Question, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Through you to the CEO, perhaps to the appropriate director, can you advise whether climate change is considered an important factor in Council's high-level strategies, such as the infrastructure strategy, transport strategies, etc., etc.?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the policy was written and then it went into the council chambers and a declaration was done at that point. So the policy was separate to the declaration and staff were struggling to come up with how we were going to meet the needs or expectations of the community based on the declaration. The policy, apart from the wordings in there around develop a robust strategy, is actually just a good leadership basis. It links to the Australian Business Excellence Framework. It is around leadership response as an organisation within Australia. It is important that we lead, and this is one of those fundamental things around leadership for our community, around climate change in terms of response. And so as far as I'm concerned, it is an important policy from a leadership for any government organisation. If we look at the United Nations, it is important. I don't think it's onerous. I think it comes down to very basic personal responsibilities around reducing carbon emissions, not setting unrealistic goals, but really clear goals. My hope is that if this does go through and it goes to the community will respond back to us in terms of their thoughts around it. But personally, I support the hard work on the policy. I think it is completely separate to the declaration, but I do believe that there are some elements to that policy that need refining, that could be a little bit too onerous, and I think we were trying to run before we could walk. But in terms of a policy that gives us a leadership framework, I absolutely believe that that is important, but this is a decision of Council.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. So I've made my comments. Councillor Edwards.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Roberts. I've heard a bit about other people's motives, but I'm more interested in yours, seeing as you've brought this motion. Do you believe that climate change is a threat? It's a response policy to a threat. Do you believe climate change is a threat to us?
Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like a right of reply at the end of the discussion, where I'm more than happy to say some words on this particular issue, so I'll just hold off for that. Thank you.
Okay, one final question then. Do you believe that our community wants us to be prepared against the threat of climate change?
Mr. Deputy.
I'll just provide the same answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? Right of reply, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listening to the discussion, obviously the intent here is to hear from the community on the prospect of rescinding reiterating that we're not rescinding it right here, right now. So if anyone has some comments, good, bad or otherwise, on this particular topic, there's obviously an exhibition period of 28 days. With that, I do want to take this opportunity to say that it's my belief, and I'm sure many in the community, that council's priority should be in roads, water security and sewer, and that all available resources should be channelled into those priorities as immediately as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman and Councillor Shepherd. I'll declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors.
To move an adjournment.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I think that we will continue on for a little bit more, and
for the purpose of grabbing something to eat and...
Thank you. I note the time. Thank you. Would anyone second that there is an adjournment? Thank you. We only have Councillor Edwards seconding that there's an adjournment. We'll continue on for a little bit longer and then we'll adjourn. Thank you. So we'll now move on to, we do have people here, Councillor Shepherd, who are waiting to hear some of the items. And I note that this gentleman in the suit has been here since this morning. Item number 11.10, Community Engagement Policy. I have a mover. Moved by Councillor Griffiths. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Mr Deputy. Any discussion on this, councillors?
The same request as per others through you to the Chief Executive Officer, that it notes here that it's the same as the 2016 policy that we had, but the 2016 policy wasn't included, and there wasn't a comment at the end to say the relationship between these. So could that please please be put in place?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we can do that.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Thank you. I see none against. Declare it carried. Item number 11.12, Social Impact Assessment Policy. Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a proposed slight change to the staff report, which is up there, the staff recommendation, as you can see on the screen. If there's a seconder, I'll speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I was quite disturbed by this one, bearing in mind the previous social impact assessment policy that we had was very comprehensive and included procedures, and also it addressed how council was supposed to fulfil the social impact assessment requirements. That has simply been whittled down from quite 15 pages, I think, down to half, with a lot of what was in the previous policy simply abandoned. And in the report, it says that that staff will then be instructed to produce guidelines. Sorry, I thought it was procedure in one place and guidelines in another, to accompany this. In my opinion, we cannot legitimately abandon the entire social impact assessment policy on the promise that what is being removed from there is going to be put back in later. And so therefore I request the amendment as has been proposed here, and I did any questions from councillors? Yes, fine, but in order for us to maintain credibility and be an honest broker with the community, we can't simply abandon half of the policy with nothing to replace it with as yet. I recommend that we hold this back until the procedure is in place. Should be fairly quick. All you've got to do is cut and paste from one to another and exhibit both at the same time so that there's not a gaping hole in our policy mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Interman. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so I mean, clearly I've communicated already throughout the meeting. I've got very high regard for our staff and I feel confident that they would indeed proceed as they said they would, but I take Councillor Interman's points very well, that it does leave a gap, and I think it would be more prudent for us to proceed as Councillor Interman has suggested. I also want to thank Councillor Interman for providing that amendment ahead of time so that we might be able to view it readily.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Griffiths.
Just a quick question to the CEO. In preparation of a procedure to accompany the social impact assessment policy, what does that procedure look like? What complexity would this lead to as part of some sort of, I presume, interaction with the general public? So does that make it more complex? Does it simplify it? How does this look moving forward? If this is something that actually alleviates, is more definitive, is a means of going forward, making things simplified, it's something that we should be actually considering. But if this is another piece of tape that people need to hurdle, then I would say this was an issue.
You, Madam Mayor, to Director Coulton. I know that Director Watkins is away at the moment, so hopefully she's passed on information to you.
Through you, Madam CEO, I acknowledge the point. The objective of the policy review is that, consistent with our policy framework, that the policy is focused on regulations and principles and key considerations and identifies those for future decision making. The procedures and the guidelines that we're committed to, that were embedded in the previous policy, are separate documents with separate objectives and will be considered such.
Councillor Edwards.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Through the CEO to Director Coulton. Why wasn't, if this policy, if this current policy, social impact assessment policy, was just simply the policy and the procedure rolled into one, why aren't we looking at them both today, separated out right here for us? Here's the policy, here's the procedure, go for it.
Through you, Madam CEO, that is because the procedures are under review as well, and also the guideline document is a new addition as well, which is really focused on the actions and what people can expect and having visibility into that.
Councillor Interman.
Through you to the CEO and to Acting Director Coulton, there is a massive gap in what is being presented here today for the policy compared to the procedure. Not only what you just said, and in reality they go hand in hand, what has happened to all of the responsibilities for council to do a social impact assessment, which is not in this policy at all, which means we're abrogating our responsibility, and I can't see the validity of that.
One moment. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Interman has asked a question.
Through you, Madam CEO, I acknowledge that point, but I think the shift that we've made in our policy framework is that policies are not an appropriate place for procedures to be. So I acknowledge the point about having visibility into the procedure, but it will be presented as a separate document.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, just quick question through the CEO to Director Coulter. Does that mean that we really need to see those other documents, or can we actually proceed with the policy exhibition itself separately?
Through you, Madam CEO, that's really a matter for Council, but there is precedent for proceeding with a policy without visibility into procedures.
Madam Mayor, I'll withdraw my amendment based on advice that I absolutely vehemently disagree with, but nevertheless, I do respect staff position, and I understand what you're saying. So I'll withdraw my amendment and I'll revert back to the staff recommendation, and we'll have it out later.
Thank you.
Through you to the CEO, to Acting Director Coulton. So what would be the benefit of having the policy first, knowing the procedure will be coming later?
Through you, Madam CEO, that the approach with regulation and principles and key considerations of policy is an approach to our policy formulation that's consistent across all of our policies. So that's the benefit of the policy being formulated first. None of the procedures are lost, and I understand that you're seeking that comfort.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Interman has withdrawn the motion that was seconded by Councillor Shepherd. So we're back to the staff recommendation. I assume, Councillor Interman, you'd like to move that?
Madam Mayor, with a slight amendment, and that would be that council, now I need to get to the item 12 here. Sorry, thank you, I've got it. So, place on public exhibition for a period of not less than 28 days the draft social impact assessment policy and the old policy. So we need to be able to let people see the two. Note that further report will be tabled, etc., as in clause 2. So just to clarify that, place on public exhibition for a period of not less than 28 days the draft social impact assessment policy. Leave it at that, clauses 1 and 2, and then add a clause 3 that the current, or that the outgoing social impact assessment policy be also made available to the public for comment. And Madam CEO, have you got a problem with that?
Through you, Madam. I don't have a problem with that. No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a seconder for this, please, councillors? Seconded by Mr Deputy, thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I just make a clarification point on procedures as well? It's really not Council's domain around the procedures, it's the policy decisions, and so I just want to be really, really clear that we don't get caught up in coming back all the time to Council with procedures. And I know you've got something to say on that, but the way that I feel it's important is that Council makes the overarching policies and we focus on the procedures internally for that.
Okay, great. All right. Any further discussion, councillors? Because I'd like to put this to the vote.
Yeah, I'm
Councillor
just going to
Griffiths.
speak to this quickly. I'm not sure how people aren't going to get confused by having two policies out at one time, whether they're going to be clear on what's what. I just think that is a bit confusing, and I think we should go back to the staff recommendation and not have the old policy out there with it.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
So can I propose an amendment, which is
Yes.
to go back to the original recommendation, please?
Thank you. We have an amendment from Councillor Griffiths. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Any discussion on this, councillors?
I'd like to speak against this motion because I do believe that the previous amendment was seeking to give our community all of the information so that they understand what we had, what we might have, and what they would like to see in the new policy. Isn't that the point of the exhibition?
Councillor Griffiths.
Then we would do that with every policy. We don't do that with every policy. We're specifically only doing it with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'll just seek some clarity here from you, Director Coulton, in relation to that comment. I mean, they both make sense to me, so I'm seeking some guidance so I can make a decision.
Through you, Madam CEO, could somebody clarify the question for me? I couldn't hear clearly.
Basically, I'm seeking some guidance. I mean, what Councillor Griffiths has to say makes perfect sense, but by the same tick of the clock, so does what Councillor Interman has to say. Obviously, I need to make a decision in a moment. So Councillor Griffiths has said that we don't send both policies out when we go out. We only send the new one out. I'm just seeking some clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. I think it is important that the amendments between the policies is visible and perhaps that it's concise. And there might be a better way to present that than presenting both policies and for somebody to work that out for themselves. And I think Councillor Interman was suggesting that there should be a summary of changes, which I think would be a good approach to the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Withdraw my original amendment or change the amendment so that it reads along the lines of Councillor Interman and just remove the second policy so that we don't include the original policy and that we include the tracked changes. Would that be suitable? Pardon? Summary of changes between the policies.
Mr Deputy, are you happy to support that? Yes, great. Councillor Interman, you're happy to take that in? Yes. Great, fantastic. And Councillor Griffiths has removed her amendment, withdrawn. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've had discussion, no right of reply. Councillor Interman. Great. Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. I'll declare the motion carried. Councillor Interman, we're going to move a procedural motion. Mr Deputy is anyway, if you would like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to suspend standing orders to move a procedural motion to consider item 1404 next for the benefit of the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to second that. So we're going to move to bring 14.04 because I should have gone to Specsavers, George. I didn't realise that was you in the suit out there. So this is for your benefit so you can get back to your business. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. So we're bringing item 14.04 forward. Linda, thank you. Moved by Mr Deputy. Do I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Thank you very much. That's okay. So we've gone from item 11.12 and then we're going over to 14.04. No, you're doing a great job, Linda. Thank you. Perfect. So moved by Mr Deputy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Okay, Mr Deputy, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to commend staff and also the proponent for coming together on what could have been a really complex and drawn-out process, and thank the staff for working through this one. I don't have any serious concerns about where we're heading with this one, so speak in full support.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Shepherd.
So I just want to note that I've received some representations about this, and I felt very confident based on the report and the briefing that was provided by staff to reassure the people regarding their concerns, that council have been very diligent. And in particular, I note that on page 182, option 2 is, to quote, option 2 is recommended for the reasons outlined in this assessment report. This would allow for development outcomes which are in keeping with the environmental sensitivity of the location, which was the key point, and the optimal development and environmental outcomes. So those were the concerns that were being raised with me, and I felt very confident to reassure people accordingly, and so I'm in support of this also.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I want to say very briefly, this is a great outcome. This has been a very long time coming for the proponents. They've worked really hard, and finally there's been a meeting of the minds between council and proponents, so wish them every success in moving forward. This is a great development for our area and for those involved, so thank you for your patience to get to this point that we're at today. Mr Deputy, do you want a right of reply, or shall we put it to the vote? Put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. I will declare the motion carried. Councillors, caterers are outside waiting for us, so I move that we adjourn. Could I have your agreement? All those in favour to adjourn? Thank you. We will do that, and for those who are staying around, you're welcome to come and join us for a cup of tea and a sandwich. If not, if you're leaving us, thanks for being with us today. Thank you. Adjournment for what, half an hour? Yep, great, thank you. Who are we missing? Sharon? Sharon and Josh. Can you just give me the when Sharon and Josh come in, just give me the thumbs up you're recording again?
I missed 2 calls on this Mumford thing. I don't know who this person
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll call her later. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, councillors. We'll just resettle into the afternoon after our adjournment for lunch. So we're now at item number 1114, which is the policy rescission gifts and benefits policy. Do I have someone to move, please? Yes?
Provided I can get out of the microphone. Linda, there's a third point. So the staff resolution that Council 1 rescind the gifts and benefits policy. 2, thank those who made a submission and advise of Council's resolution in the matter while also responding to their comments. And I'm moving a third point. In the replies mentioned in point 2 include the relevant sections of Council's Code of Conduct that relate to this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. I'll ask for a seconder, please. Thank you, Mr Deputy.
Okay, and the reason for this is because now I can't remember the exact ins and outs of it. However, the Code of Conduct, that's right, so we're rescinding this because the relevant clauses are in the Code of Conduct. So we need to let these people know who made submissions what is in the Code of Conduct, so that they are advised arising from their expressed concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Mr Deputy, any conversation on this? Any other councillors? Councillor Shepherd?
I'm not sure who to direct this to, Madam Mayor, so I'll direct it
Is
through
it to
you.
staff or to...
To staff.
Through the CEO?
Through you, Madam CEO. As it's worded, is this clear to achieve the desired goals for people who made submissions to be made aware, or would it be incorporated into the rescission? I guess I'm not sure how it would be included in the policy, if there would just be, if it would be highlighted and have reference to the Code of Conduct.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might hand over to our governance officer to respond.
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO. And if I understand the question correctly, point 3 of Councillor Interman's motion is to just go back to the people who put in a submission to tell them. So there will be no policy once this is rescinded.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Right of reply? Councillor Interman? No? Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. Declare that motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Move on to item number 1115. Councillor Interman.
I think we're nearly there. 1115. Again, clauses 1 and 2 as per the staff recommendation, but in 3. So this is being rescinded with nothing to replace it, and in the report it said that there's various regulations and legislation. So my point 3 is simply to advise councillors of those regulations regarding council access to private property and make that information readily available, bearing in mind we now no longer have the policy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. Seconding. Thank you. Any discussion on this, councillors?
Oh, sorry, just a question. Do we
Griffiths.
need to make available publicly staff's obligation or legislation to access private property? How do we incorporate this, and is this just a matter of staff's everyday operational activity?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it is part of everyday activity.
So, to the CEO, do we need to have this as put up on the website, or can we take this out? Is this really relevant?
I think it would be prudent to put it up on the website.
Sorry, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other questions of councillors? Any discussion, debate? Councillor Interman, right of reply?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, councillors, if you support this, because I'm sure as time goes on, you may receive complaints about staff accessing private land without advising the residents, and so therefore very important, I think, that we know in advance exactly what are the regulations surrounding that, and I think also very important for people's own information and protection that this information be made publicly available. So thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? See none against, I'll declare that motion carried. Item 1117, monthly budget review. Councillor Shepherd.
I'll move.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Griffiths, thank you.
Great. So I've taken this out of the block specifically to note that we are looking at a 350k shortfall at this stage by the end of the year, and staff certainly have provisions for how we deal with that, which given the nature of the Rawdon Island Bridge, there's not many ways available for us to make that up. And so we are probably looking at borrowings at this stage. And so the reason I bring that up is just to really impress upon my colleagues the importance for us to be very mindful about how we allocate any money over the coming months as well, and how that further affects our ability to make up that shortfall and the necessity to make further borrowings as a result.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, quick question to the CEO. Is it fair that council should be considering borrowing money to fill a budget deficit, or should we be considering alternative options, and what might they be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we will consider a range of options there, and then we can come back to council on that.
Thank you. Any other discussion, councillors? Right of reply, Councillor Shepherd. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. 1119. Councillor Shepherd, you moving or an amendment?
An amendment.
Right. Thank you. Do you want to read that out? Thank you.
Shall I get a seconder first, or I'll read
Well,
it
if
out?
you read it out, and then someone can decide if they're going to second.
Sure. So, the amendment is for the draft infrastructure strategy. That Council 1, note the draft infrastructure strategy is complete and is in a state appropriate for public exhibition. 2, note that an action plan for delivery of the Port Macquarie Hastings blueprint is due at the April Council meeting. 3, note that should Council resolve to pursue the blueprint in the April Council meeting, it will be important to ensure that the draft infrastructure strategy aligns with the future Port Macquarie Hastings blueprint. 4, place the draft infrastructure strategy on public exhibition for not less than 28 days. 5, request the Chief Executive Officer provide a report to councillors detailing the submissions received from the public during the exhibition period to be tabled to the June 2022 meeting of Council. 6, request the Chief Executive Officer to arrange a councillor workshop to consider how community submissions might be incorporated into that next version of the infrastructure strategy and inform the blueprint, should Council resolve to pursue the blueprint.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, councillors? Councillor Edwards, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
So firstly, I'd like to note this isn't really the preferred amendment that I would want to be moving, and I note the submission made by the Port Macquarie Chamber of Commerce, which substantially reflects my position. So thank you to the Port Macquarie Chamber of Commerce for making a submission, and so I note what you've asked us. So in your letter, you indicated It is noted that the development of the draft infrastructure strategy has been informed by previous engagement with the community on the development of Council's Community Strategic Plan and Local Strategic Planning Statement, literature reviews, various state infrastructure strategies and strategic work undertaken, Infrastructure Australia and existing global frameworks. Council's executive team have had a number of briefings throughout the drafting process. So in that part, they've actually quoted the report. And they go on to say, the Port Chamber go on to say, based on the factors outlined in the discussion of this agenda item paper and the considerable work already undertaken by Council staff, Chamber strongly requests that the strategy be placed on public display without further delay and not be constrained by a yet unknown and unapproved blueprint. So that's really what I would want to be putting up, because we've got something that's ready to go, and I would like to table it, and I think that it should be in its form, even if it doesn't end up on exhibition, it should be available for our public to see. And so I table that draft infrastructure strategy. We know, everybody in our community knows that what we need first and foremost is action. We need delivery, but that's going to start with a sound strategy and sound prioritisation. At this stage, what we know about the blueprint is the following. Well, first of all, we know this draft strategy would have been ready to go on exhibition today if the blueprint weren't on the table. Second of all, we know that we're looking at a timeline of at least 6 months from the April meeting for the blueprint to be delivered. And then we'd consider
Order.
that...
Councillor Shepherd, we, as in, who is we? Can you just confirm who
Yes,
we
I'll
is?
specify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. That councillors have been advised upon asking that we're looking at that council would be looking at 6 months at least in order for the blueprint to come back to council for consideration. And I personally would expect that that would be then going to exhibition for our community to give comment on. So really we're looking at a longer timeline again. And so at this point in time, that's looking at not only delaying delivery, but it's also about delaying being clear to our state and federal members what our priorities are and how we're guiding our strategy into the future, and therefore affecting our capacity to pursue funding appropriately.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Are you completed yet?
No.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I thought you were getting ready to sit down. Apologies.
So I'd like to point out that the only ways that the amendment that I'm proposing is substantially different from what was actually recommended by staff is in 2 ways. First of all, it really makes it very explicit that the blueprint that this infrastructure strategy is being delayed in order to facilitate hasn't actually been, it is not yet a resolution of council. So the blueprint, an action plan to create the blueprint will be coming back to council in April. And so as yet, we're actually not committed to anything, and yet we're delaying a serious strategy in order to facilitate that. The other point that's significantly different is simply that we're putting this on public exhibition. Substantially, I can't see how it would be substantially difficult for us to simply put it on an exhibition for the purpose of receiving feedback and taking that into consideration in the final drafts that are then incorporated into the blueprint. I also note that given we're not yet aware of any community engagement that will occur in the blueprint, in fact we know very little about the blueprint full stop, sorry, we being the 4 councillors who didn't run on a ticket with Mayor Pinson, that it's really important that we make sure that there is community engagement available at the early stages in this process.
Councillor Shepherd, I'd like to call order on that. Actually, we were in a briefing earlier this week, and I actually shared some of the information from the blueprint with yourself and Councillor Lipovac. Can I ask you, Councillor Lipovac, do you recall that?
I do recall there was a discussion on that, yes.
Thank you. So perhaps you want to withdraw the assertion that there's been no information provided to you.
Oh, I don't believe that I said that no information was available, but I'd be very happy to reframe that. Very minimal information has been provided.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to foreshadow a motion, please, which will be the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think there may have been some confusion about whether this is a motion or an amendment.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards, would you like to speak to the motion we have in front of us?
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion simply because it appeals to me as a better process. It would incorporate the work already done. It would allow for us to receive that important feedback for the community, which I think would only put us in a better position to know that we're delivering a blueprint that they would want to see.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any other discussion, councillors? Councillor Shepherd, right of reply? Okay, so I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman, Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. The motion's been lost. We have a foreshadow motion, which is the staff recommendation. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Councillor Griffiths. Thank you. Mr Deputy, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just briefly, just want to commend staff for their foresight. They can obviously read the room and read that this council is all about doing things in a very strategic way, so I actually don't have a problem with their recommendations whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, a quick question before I do a quick speak to this. The workshop, is that to be incorporated as part of Monday, or is this actually a separate workshop?
Who are you asking that to, Councillor Griffiths?
The CEO.
Thank you.
Basically, I'll hand over to Director Coulton in terms of giving you a response through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam CEO. The workshop on Monday will cover some of the content, but I really think we're talking about a discrete workshop for the infrastructure strategy.
Thank you.
The reason I support this motion is because it actually does allow council to actually be included in the process before it actually goes to public exhibition. I think it is the better process to go. Often what happens is we take things out to public and then everything is fed back in rather than being fed out.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other discussion, councillors? Councillor Shepherd.
So thank you for noting that in fact you did share some information with councillors on Tuesday afternoon, and on the back of that I have some further questions, I believe through the CEO to Director Coulton, but please correct me if I'm wrong. So councillors have been advised the blueprint won't be a legislated document. We've also been advised it won't be substantially informed by the community strategic plan, and that it sits at a higher level than the local strategic planning statement, and indeed dictates the what that stipulates the what that then will dictate the why and how. Can you advise how council would ensure that the blueprint complies with our legislative responsibilities as per the IP&R framework or otherwise?
Respond to that, Madam Mayor. Look, the blueprint is, when we're seeking proposals at this point in time to come back to council, and we're really looking at them doing a review of all of our documents in terms of those strategic priorities. So that all gets collated, and then we start to workshop from there, and then we determine what the strategic priorities are through a consultation process. So it's not like this is being done in isolation. It's very much a document that pulls it all together. The IPNR, you could say the same about the Australian Business Excellence Framework, but we fitted that in, and we've made sure that it fits in terms of the diagram, and I'm sure Acting Director Coulton will confirm that this would be part of that as well. So we would make sure that there wasn't any duplication of work, that there wasn't, us going off on tangents. We can see that there is some real, if you like, dovetailing in terms of the CSP and what's been discussed. Nothing that has been discussed in any of these council meetings is basically going to be different to anything we determine, but it is going to determine priorities. And that means that becomes a consultation process. That could be around road infrastructure, that could be around sporting fields, that could be around a number of different things that we start to make some decisions around, and what is going to be our priorities. But also bear in mind that through that process, we're doing our asset management planning, we're doing our financial planning, and so all of that decision making will actually be really robust decision making moving forward. If we were to go out to public exhibition now, it's almost like, we're not taking into consideration some of that information that might come to light from this process. And I think that's an important thing. We've not had a lens that actually looks over everything and brings it together before. So this is an opportunity to really do that.
Further questions?
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
So noting again the information that you've shared or shared with community members, if not directly councillors. Question through the CEO to wherever it needs to go. So given that councillors have been advised that the blueprint is in the heads of Mayor Pinson and the 4 councillors that she was elected with, and given that Mayor Pinson has advised or acknowledged there is nothing on paper...
Order, Councillor Shepherd. It's quite disparaging of you. You called a point of order to me on the same thing earlier on. It's quite contradictory of you and disrespectful. I withdrew my comments, and I'll ask you not to cast aspersions over something in my head. In fact, it's not in my head. No, sit down, Councillor Shepherd. It's not in my head. It's not in the other councillor's head. It's actually with consultation to help form this so it can come to the whole body to workshop and to work from there. It has also been shared with federal members who totally get the concept. I find it really difficult that you're attacking not only me personally, but you're attacking a concept that is a new idea to this council. Yes, you may.
So, Madam Ware, I was not casting dispersions. I understand there's a recording of the meeting that we're in, and indeed I was quoting your words.
Any other discussion, councillors?
So my question then, I'll leave those points as is and won't repeat them. My question is, what measures will staff undertake? Also noting that councillors have not yet been invited to participate in the working group meetings that we were indicated to be participating in. What measures will staff undertake to ensure that all councillors, not only the 5, are kept up to date with the progress and provided with opportunity to represent the people who elected us in the development of the blueprint?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are still getting those proposals back together, and you will be able to go through those proposals with some clear recommendations, and you will be able to see, in terms of the consultation process, and obviously that will be an opportunity for you to even discuss further. You might actually want to go back and have a further conversation around it. Right now, what we're trying to do is get a brief together that we can tease out in terms of getting that. We also have to, if we're using external people, we have to allocate a funding source to that. We have to make that a decision of council moving forward. And we're hoping to get that back to the next meeting of council, which is not that far away for you to make a decision. Then you start your process of being engaged. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this off the back of the questions of Councillor Shepherd and the comments made. I would like to say that Council has followed a process, and that process was that we brought into Chamber a concept of a blueprint, and the concept that it was high-level strategy thinking. And we did that as a result of, we have urban growth management strategy, we have housing strategies coming up, we have the IPNR, we have the CSP, we have DCPs, LEPs, ABCs. We've got that many documents that form different policies and procedures. I find it very difficult, Councillor Shepherd, that you're unable to just be open-minded and just go through the process, because we're at the
casting personal reflection.
We're at the process. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. We're at the process that we will all come together and we will workshop. There is nothing to workshop at the moment. As the CEO has said, there is a process to go through. When we come to the end of that process, then our work really begins. So I don't want to waste time. Time is money. Staff time is a lot of money. And the staff don't want to be redoing their work, or we don't want to be going out half-hearted to our community when we have greater plans that may come out and fall out as a result of the workshop. So I absolutely support the staff's recommendation, and thank you, Councillor Roberts and Mr Deputy for foreshadowing, because it's important that we get this right, because in the past we have half-cooked things and we don't want to do that anymore. We're a new council, and I hope we can move together in the future and work on this blueprint together. So thank you very much. I'm very supportive of the motion before us. Any other discussion? Councillor Interman.
I am also concerned about the delay that this causes, and so therefore a question is regarding item 3. So this is what we're looking at, isn't it? The staff recommendation right now? Is that what we're looking at? Yep. So clause 3, to the CEO, when is your anticipated timing for that workshop? Number 1.
Just in terms of the work schedule, through you, Madam Mayor, Acting Director Coulton, do you have a time frame on that, or do we need to take that on notice to come back?
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO.
Given the fact we're juggling a couple of things at the moment.
Yeah, there is quite an intensive program, and this matter hasn't been scheduled yet, as it hasn't been resolved. So I'll take that on notice and we'll confirm that.
Thank you.
So we're to confirm that there is no time at this moment in time. There is no time, estimated time even.
There is no. Are you asking, is there an estimated date?
Is there yes, well, an estimated period during which we might have this workshop? Is this on the never? What is the estimated time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we come to April, you've got then that process in terms of what you're working on in terms of the blueprint discussions. This can be factored into that. So we're talking a 6-month time frame. Could be sooner. It depends on whether we think we need to do as much consultation in there as is outlined. It could be even quicker than that. But 6 months would be the extreme end. So we'd be looking at August, September to have everything finalised and ready to go.
Speak against the motion.
Yes, Councillor Intiman.
Against the amendment. I feel that we could achieve a lot we are going to miss out on a lot in not getting this going in now. Council has done a lot of consultation over the past years, a lot of consultation with the community, and has established many strategic programs and directives. I understand the concern that Councillor Roberts particularly has expressed regarding the lack of overarching strategy. I can only say that, in fact, Council had and the CEO had in hand a program of works to coordinate and align all of those, and I believe Acting Director Coulton has been responsible for that. So there, in fact, that work was in place. We have got a lot of work that we could be doing. There's progress that could be made regarding this infrastructure strategy, moving it forward prior to the 6 months that we're now anticipating. There is delivery that could be done. There is grants that could be applied for. I feel that this is just a waste of time to delay this. I'm not saying the blueprint's a waste of time, but crikey, we've got to get on with the work that we've got before us. I oppose the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Speaking against.
Councillor Shepherd.
So this infrastructure strategy that's been created over the course of some years with community engagement, expertise, literature reviews is, I believe, 81 pages. And with the brief opportunity that I've had to skim it, with the benefit of the briefing that we had earlier this year, that was several hours long, my opinion is that this is remarkable, to say the least. And that should this be put to our community for exhibition, that our community will speak with high accolades for the people who generated it, and that we ourselves would be, this would be a part of our legacy. I entirely agree that time is money, and that's why I think we can't wait another 6, 7, 8, whatever it ends up being, months to start delivering on this. Our positioning in the election for the state and federal cycles is notable, where we've got the opportunity to demonstrate the capacity to say what our priorities are and advocate for money and funding accordingly. This remarkable strategy that's been put up that absolutely connects community priorities and values to outcomes has been created, it seems to me, not just due process, but fantastic process. Yes, due process, but undertaking best practice. And I suspect in the future would be a great example of the type of thing that would win awards for a council into the future. It is absolutely not half-baked. It absolutely has the potential to get results for our community, and quickly, when results is exactly what we need. And if we aren't ready to crack on and go with it, I think it's entirely reasonable we should instead be looking at how we give our community the opportunity to say yay or nay. So noting that, I have tabled it, and it is available for the community to then see if ultimately not able to make formal comment on through public exhibition.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, through the CEO, I think perhaps to Acting Director Coulton. My question is, what I've heard today maybe gives me a little bit more explanation about the blueprint. The blueprint is choosing our priorities. But I've also heard that that getting on with perhaps exhibiting this document for public comment would somehow create more work for council. Given that that's completed and all we would be doing is gathering feedback from our community, does this really create extra work for council?
Through you, Madam CEO. The additional work is with the concept that we put the infrastructure strategy on exhibition, that we adopted, and then we learn things about the strategic intent through the blueprint that results in a review of the infrastructure strategy and redrafting and on exhibition again for adoption. That's the risk that we're attempting to mitigate with what we've recommended.
Councillor supplementary question. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, CEO to Director Coulton. I'm just trying to process that. So what we're saying is that even though the blueprint is to identify priorities, what we're definitely saying is we don't want those priorities to come from the community. We want the council elected body to tell them what the priorities are.
Through you, Madam CEO, I don't think I could use the word definitely with respect to the impacts or potential impacts on aligning the community's expectations and what we learned through the blueprint exercise. I think it's the risk that we're trying to mitigate. We're not saying it will definitely happen. We are identifying that this is a risk.
If I may, I have a question to ask, and I think it will be to you, Michael, and the CEO, but Madam CEO may refer it to you. Councillor Shepherd is wanting to table this strategy that's not made available to public yet, and she wants to do that so it can be made available to the public. I question her ability to do that, given that in the agenda, it does say this will be Port Macquarie Hastings Council's first ever infrastructure strategy, and it's its first iteration. So this first iteration outlines the principles and priorities the council will follow in the implementation of its infrastructure investment and identifies key areas of focus that will shape future strategic and operational planning work for council's future delivery of infrastructure. So Acting Director Coulton has hit the nail on the head, in my opinion, that if we are to send the cart out before the horse, we'll have to get the cart back in to send it back out again, but this time behind the horse. So I'm very worried that this is a risk, this is a reputational risk by Councillor Shepherd actually tabling this document and making it public, not through a resolution of council. Thank you. Your advice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through Michael, our Governance Officer.
Through you, Madam CEO. So, first of all, can I just ask what that document is that you're proposing to table?
Infrastructure strategy.
And that one hasn't been made publicly available at this stage?
No.
I agree with you, Madam Mayor. I think it would be inappropriate to publicly make that available at this stage, and that it be put out in a controlled manner.
Thank you. So I ask that the tabling of that document be taken out.
May I confirm that having been tabled, that it is still available for a person to come and see at the council offices today or tomorrow, as per the Code of Meeting Practice?
Councillor Shepherd, I'm challenging your ability to table that document when it's not a document resolved to go out on exhibition to council. You are putting council at risk, in my opinion, and that is why I've sought advice.
Code of Meeting Practice talking about documents laid reports laid or correspondence laid at the table. And under clause 19.8 does say that any documents I'll restart that. It states that the council and committees of the council must, during, at or the close of a meeting or during the business day following the meeting, give reasonable access to any person to inspect correspondence and reports laid on the table at or submitted to the meeting.
Even if those, thank you, even if those documents create a risk to council and the reputation of council.
I think the correct procedure would be that it be tabled to you, Madam Mayor, as the chairperson, and whether you would accept that as a tabled document.
Thank you. I do not accept it.
You do not accept the tabling?
No.
May I ask, is that minuted, that I've requested that and it's been declined?
It should be minuted, I'd agree.
And it will be minuted for the reasons that by tabling I've not accepted because of the risk to council. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll continue on with the debate then, shall we? Any further discussion, councillors? Right of reply, Mr Deputy, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the discussion on this one, but I will reiterate my comments from earlier that I appreciate the staff identifying the risks involved in pursuing this particular matter, and I commend them for supporting the strategic approach, which is quite evident with this new council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? I apologise. I thought the amendment had been lost and this moved up to, the foreshadow had been lost, it moved up to, can we just come down, Linda? Sorry. I apologise. I just want to see, I thought we had debated and then come up, this had been moved into a motion. Motion, yeah, it is a motion, so it's been declared carried. Thank you. Those against is Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman and Councillor Shepherd. No, you had, okay, can we just go back? I'm with you. Yes, I believe this is the motion. It became the motion. We've debated it. The right of reply's happened. You don't get a right of reply on an amendment, and we've moved it, and it's the motion. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 1120, and I've kept the chair warm for you, Mr Deputy, so please feel free to use it.
Councillors, we have item 1120 in front of us. We have a notice of motion tendering local preference policy. Would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Lipovac? Any second? Actually, Councillor Lipovac, do you have any additional information to add to this original motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Roberts. I did have a third point, which...
Would you like to move that as part of the original?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a 3-point motion in front of us. Councillor Lipovac, would you mind reading that through, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Roberts. So we go back to it. That Council note the current tendering local preference policy. Number 2, request the Chief Executive Officer provide a briefing to councillors on procurement activities that A, are currently in place to support local business, and B, provide opportunities to, part 1, assist local business further in securing a greater proportion of council spend through both tendering and purchasing that is under the tendering threshold. And part 2, generate council's awareness of suppliers in our LGA and their offerings. And point 3 being request the report be presented to or at the March 2023 Council meeting that details Council's commitment to supporting local business through their tendering and purchasing process from the previous 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Griffiths, thank you. Councillor Lipovac, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Roberts. Now, this motion reinforces the tendering local preference policy that came into effect in September 2020. It also seems an appropriate time to highlight the policy during Small Business Month, where the focus is to rebuild, recharge and renew. Now, that policy clearly states Council is to support local business and encourage local economic business activity. Now, this allows Council to give due consideration to the actual and potential benefits to the local economy of sourcing goods and services locally where possible, whilst maintaining a value for money approach. So local representatives from Regional Development Australia and Business New South Wales Mid-North Coast are urging us to get behind local business wherever and whenever possible, especially after the past 2 years of COVID, bushfire and floods, and the severe impact this has had on our community, both financially and emotionally, at a personal and business level. Basically, the more we pump into the local economy, the more we'll get back. Now, as you'd expect, our chamber presidents in Port, Wauchope and the Camden Haven, respectively Alex, Gary and Rod, are all about supporting local. That is their job. And we've seen our own council campaigns encouraging residents to shop local. We can't be seen to just preaching. Council must set an example and lead from the front. So we have to encourage local suppliers to let us know what they can offer, to have the confidence to put in a tender and believe they've got a fighting chance to secure a portion of Council's expenditure, whether it's office supplies, signage, tyres for our fleet of vehicles, or the equipment required to maintain our infrastructure. If I may, according to Forbes magazine, multiple studies show that small business reinvests in the local economy. For every $100 spent at a local business, approximately $70 stays in the community. There's a direct correlation between supporting local independent businesses and having your dollars recirculate, creating a multiplier effect. Now, the local economic benefits are enormous. Local job creation. Local businesses will be using other local businesses. And local business owners tend to be more civic-minded, whether they're sponsoring local sporting teams or supporting local charities. So in brief, let's support local, invest in local and buy local. Our departments must continue to adopt our tendering local preference policy under all circumstances. And I urge you to support this motion for the benefit of the Hastings community. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Is there any further speakers to this item? Councillor Griffiths with a question.
Yeah, quick question through the CEO to the Director of Business and Performance. We've actually been out and actually gone through a process of local preferencing for businesses, etc. Can you just highlight the work that's been done previously and what benefit or what the outcome was of that process?
Yes, thank you through you, Madam CEO. We have done a fair bit of work in this space previously around local preference. It is always a balance for local government to provide real benefits to our community and also manage our legislative obligations around anti-competitive behaviour, etc. So Council has previously adopted a policy around local preference which provides a notional price offset. It also addresses some of the complexities around local preference, such as how does Council deem what is a local supplier, because there's a whole different range of categories, whether or not they're a small business that only operates locally or whether or not they're a larger conglomerate that has a local presence. So it does provide some guidance around that. What it doesn't do is address local preference under the tendering threshold. So as we work through the procurement framework, the team has certainly got a lot of ideas around what we could do in that space to really educate and work with local business going forward, which I think will bring some real benefits. So we're certainly prepared to do that and brief councillors on what the opportunities might be in that space.
Councillor Griffiths.
Question, please.
Yes.
Would that also include something along the lines of where there would be inequity? So one of the questions I've asked previously is where people may not have the capability to complete forms, can we simplify processes and make that opportunity, I suppose, more open?
You, Madam CEO, it certainly is the intent to try to reduce bureaucracy where we can and make things simple, and so we'll certainly include that.
Thank you. Is there any other questions speaking for or against before we put it to a vote? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I just want to say that under the draft don't know where it's up to, but the draft economic development strategy, when we're looking at that quadruple bottom line, all of a sudden our local businesses do look a lot better as well, because you're putting some monetary value on some of those other elements of the bottom line. And if we're looking at long-term resilience in the face of global instability and that sort of thing, you really start seeing other long-term benefits of the supporting local business as well. So I'm really, really pleased to have had this motion come up. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. We've had speakers for. Any speakers against or any further questions? No? Alrighty, so we have a motion in front of us. I'd like to call for all those in favour. I see that as unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Please recall the Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr Deputy. So we're on to item 12.01, prioritisation of sporting infrastructure, and I'm going to move that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer to facilitate an urgent council workshop to reconsider priorities for delivery of 4 significant sporting infrastructure projects that are currently in the planning stages for the community, being A, Hastings Regional Sporting Complex, B, Rainbow Beach Sports Fields, C, Thrumpster Sporting Fields, and D, Port Macquarie Aquatic Facility, to receive a further report to the April 2022 Ordinary Council meeting following the Councillor workshop to confirm priorities and funding for priority sporting infrastructure projects. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mortman, thank you. So, just very, very briefly, the reason why this has come before us is because we do have some of these in the planning stages, but the question is, how do we manage? How do we manage the pressures that we have, and how do we take advantage of any funding that may become available through these elections that are coming forward? Yesterday we did meet with the Port Macquarie Aquatic Facility. We have had discussions about, with the CEO, we have had discussions about the Thrumpster Sporting Fields. The Rainbow Beach Sport Fields are currently underway, but Hastings Regional Sporting Complex is really left wanting, and it's appropriate. We're sitting here in Wauchope, such a growing region, you know, Beechwood and out here Yippon Creek, and even just down the road here, we heard of a development earlier this morning happening. So, you know, development abounds, but we also heard from a representative as far as schools are concerned, and we were advised the day before yesterday, I think, Madam CEO, about just how full the schools are. Schools are at bursting capacity. So what does that tell us? Our demographic has well and truly changed. We've got children, and with children comes lots of sport. So I would very much like to just really bring to your attention, councillors, that, you know, we've got these really big, expensive projects on the boil at the moment, and the workshop will be an opportunity for us all to consider the priorities of these and have those discussions as a new council, because these are projects that have been promised to the community already. So it's not like we're bringing on new projects and asking, let's have a workshop, because that wouldn't make sense considering, you know, the blueprint vision that we've got. So that would deal with new ones. But we've made promises to the community in regards to these 4. So I look forward to that workshop about these priorities, and I ask that you support this. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Mortman, would you like to speak to this? Any other councillors wish to speak to this? Councillor Lipperback, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking in support of this item, and thank you for putting this motion forward so that we can consider a report on the funding priority of the projects mentioned. Now, as far as I'm concerned, all 4 projects are of equal importance to the Hastings community, as the respective venues are spread across the LGA and they do provide different facilities for a variety of sports and recreational activities. The region, as we know, are well aware, has fallen behind in sporting infrastructure projects, and with the population growing at a faster than expected rate, I look forward to seeing these projects move from planning to the construction phase. The development of the Hastings Regional Sporting Complex here in Wauchope and the building of a new Port Aquatic Centre have both been spoken about for the best part of the last 2 decades. The Thrumster and Rainbow Beach sporting fields are essential and in line to cater for the substantial growth of these areas. So in a perfect world, I would also suggest the completion of the Wayne Richards Sporting Complex should also be on the agenda, but with no immediate plans to relocate the Works Depot, I'm satisfied that in moving forward that our sporting infrastructure funding priorities are with the 4 projects noted in the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac, for your support. Any further discussion, councillors? I don't need a right of reply. I put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour?
I'm just sitting thinking about the workshop proposed here and the timeline, April. Earlier today we heard of the juggling act council faces in being able to deliver us workshops across a range of subjects. I just wondered, is this a realistic time frame? So through you, Madam Mayor, through the CEO to whoever it needs to go to, is this April a realistic time frame for a workshop and report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can respond to that. Director Watkins already presented to the last council in terms of these priorities, so the work is really quite well advanced. I think this is a great opportunity to run that past this new council and to be able to get some feedback. So in essence, yes, we can deliver that one because we have a volume of work already done to present back to you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item number 12.02. Have someone move? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I have a seconder, do I? Mr Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
So brought this out of the block mainly to bring it to the attention of the community. I note that there has been good community engagement around this graffiti vandalism management policy. But I do have serious concerns about it, and I really encourage councillors and anyone who does become aware of this decision to ensure that people who represent youth voices, and especially the youth themselves, have some input into this. And specifically, I'm concerned about the reward system and what I perceive a lack of evidence for supporting a reward system for dobbing in graffiti. People who've done graffiti, and the risk of further division within our community. So I'm speaking in support of this going on public exhibition, and please asking that we speak with our communities around this, encouraging them to make submissions.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Mr Deputy Mayor, any other councillors? No? I'll right of reply. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. Declare that motion carried. Thank you very much. So I'm going to move the following for item 12.03, that Council 1 note the information provided regarding the zoetrope sculpture. 2, request the Chief Executive Officer to schedule a meeting with myself as Mayor, representatives of the Bunya Aboriginal Land Council to discuss relocation of the zoetrope. 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to make necessary arrangements to relocate the zoetrope to a site within Rocks Ferry Reserve, west of the playground and above the 1 in 20-year flood level, noting additional works would be required, including levelling, retaining works and pathway access. Seek permission from the zoetrope artist Stephen Gale to enhance the zoetrope once moved, with solar lighting within to provide the community with a viewing experience of the artwork after dusk and in the evening. 5, install a covered picnic table within the footprint of the Riverwalk Sculpture Trail following the relocation of the zoetrope. 6, request the Chief Executive Officer to make provisions to fund the relocation of the zoetrope and required subsidiary works in the 2022-23 budget. And 7, request the Chief Executive Officer write to the Honourable Melinda Pavey MP, member for Oxley, to advise her of the decision of Council. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. So, Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, you probably really wanted to second that, didn't you? Do you mind, Mr Deputy Mayor? I'd like to accept Councillor Griffiths because, yeah, and I'm sorry, it all happened very quick. And I'd like to accept your seconding, Councillor Griffiths, because I'll speak to it now. Because Councillor Griffiths and I, in the last council, we spoke against where it was on behalf of the community, and we heard very loudly and very clearly from the community that they were not happy with where the sculpture was. Now, this isn't about the artwork, this is about the location. This isn't about First Nations people, and this isn't to disrespect anybody. This is about a decision that could actually balance the situation that's happening at the river foreshore, on the river walk. Now, we did lose to the floods. We lost one piece of artwork, which is really disappointing. We lost many things in the floods. But the artwork that was provided through funding, that's so disappointing. I think we've got an opportunity here to write a couple of things for our community, and those being that greater consultation is always warranted for our community. We do need to go and ask them what they think, but we need to ask people who are most affected what their views are. And for some, they just were so affronted by such a large piece of artwork. It is very large, but it needs to be, because it needs to be impressive, and it needs to have reflections of storytelling by Biripi. I think that there is a real opportunity here to enhance, if agreed by the artist, to enhance that visual experience, because a zoetrope was created, I believe, back in 1834, and it was about telling pictures. It was almost like a revolving, moving little picture theatre. And what it was to do is the light actually moved around in it, and it made the figures move, so it actually told a story. The zoetrope, as it sits now, sits very in close proximity to a tree, and that tree casts shade, and the zoetrope relies on the sun to actually create shadows out of the cut-out pieces in the steelwork and to project it down onto the ground. We could have a daytime experience based on where the sun is if it was to be relocated, and we could also, if we had solar lighting, we could have a beautiful ambient nighttime experience as well for those who are strolling along the riverside at Rox Ferry to enjoy. I don't want to get into emotions here about moving a piece of artwork, and I actually think that its relocation puts it in a better place for more people to actually view it, because Rox Ferry is such a highly used space here in Wauchope. It is so loved by the community. It is Wauchope's town green. It is Wauchope's foreshore. And by relocating it to that site, it would be maintained better, for one. It would work better because it wouldn't have the shading of the tree, and it could be enhanced with the permission of the artist, obviously. So, councillors, I ask you just to open your minds to the opportunity for this, and in its place, if we could sit a picnic table that has function and form and can be used by those who want to take a lunch down or a coffee and actually look at the beautiful river that we have there. It is one of our natural elements of the region. We've got creeks, rivers and oceans and lakes, and a lot of people like the natural beauty too. So I'm just going to ask for you to consider what this motion is all about, and I ask for your support with that. And Councillor Griffiths, I'd like you to say something. Thank you.
Well, I think you said it all. I don't think I need to say anything. I do believe, though, if we go to Roxbury Reserve with this piece of art, that there will be more interaction with it. And I also believe as well, just like you said, which was feedback again from the community, is that in its current location, it's in shade. So if it's meant to have sunlight, well, it needs to go in a location where there is sunlight. If we actually have it as night light as well, I just think again we'll have more people utilise that space, which then becomes a bit more of a draw card, and potentially have a lot more people actually do visitation along that whole foreshore area.
Yep. Thank you so much, Councillor Griffiths. And if I can just ask, Madam CEO, the seating that is around the zoetrope at present is very inappropriate, and I say that because I have blocks around my fire pit that are exactly the same, and they're very porous and they hold a lot of water. So unless it's a dry day, you can't sit on them, otherwise you get a wet you-know-what. So I would like us to give consideration to not using those blocks again for seating. Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment.
Sure.
Because in order to support this motion, I would need some changes to the wording. Because I believe process is very important. So, at point 2, after Bunya Aboriginal Land Council... sorry. I'm really only going to be adding a couple of words or changing a couple of words. So just after the first mention of Bunya Aboriginal Land Council in point 2, Council to discuss possible relocation. So possible is the addition there. Point 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to investigate rather than make necessary arrangements. Point 4, seek permission from the zoetrope artist Stephen Gale to relocate and enhance the zoetrope. And point 6, again, possible to Chief Executive Officer to make provisions to fund the possible relocation of zoetrope. And actually, I think removing point 7 would be appropriate.
Point 7?
Yeah, point 7.
Sorry, I was following you until that.
Is that complete? Sorry.
So, can I just ask, thank you, Councillor Edwards, so you've removed the reference to Melinda Pavey?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just because of the wording of it, the way it sounds like it's a decision made, that's all. It doesn't really fit with the amendments I've made.
Would you not consider... I think it's important that the member, because she funded it.
Okay, devise. Yeah, well, that's fine to write to her and advise her of the outcome.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just say, Councillor Edwards, that, and I'll check with Councillor Griffiths, but I have no problem with everything bar one. The seek permission from the artist. We don't need to seek permission, but we certainly need to request about the enhancements.
Right. I suppose I was going...
I know where you're coming from, but yeah, we don't need to seek his permission, but obviously we need to discuss with him. I think the first and foremost is, the Bunya Aboriginal Land Council, and I thank you for the softening of those words, but certainly we don't need to seek permission to move things in the LGA.
No, it was more to highlight what you said earlier about showing respect. I made a note when you said that, and I just thought that's a good way to do that. That was the reason I made that suggestion.
Thank you. I'd be happy to take those in, all bar that. But if you want to keep it as an amendment, that's entirely up to you, and I'll seek a seconder.
sorry, this chair is so noisy. Sorry, Madam Mayor, just in response to that, I think I would rather it remain, because I do believe it was site-specific, it was chosen. That was in the artist's mind, how that would work. I mean, I don't have the information from the artist as to whether there's other suitable locations or not, so I still think it would need to be...
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you.
Because I've got your words into here and you said 4 seek permission from the artist. Your clause 4.
Seek permission for the artist from the seek permission from zoetrope artist Stephen Gale to enhance the zoetrope once moved with solar lighting. Thank you. So we have an amendment. Councillor Edwards, if you'd like to speak to that.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, as I started out earlier, I really think it's vital that we get the process right on this. I think that I personally don't have information and evidence of community feedback even now that it's inappropriate, let alone as part of a process that happened. I mean, the sculpture wasn't just located there, you know, in a day on a whim. It went through a whole procedure. Obviously, had funding. It's a reconciliation piece. So I think it's very important to, in order to address this possible relocation, how we go about it is vitally important. That's why I would seek support for this amendment from you all here today.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Intiman? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Lutherback.
Quick question, Madam Mayor. If the Land Council says no and absolutely refuse to move from the current location, does this motion then become irrelevant? What's the next step, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Well, we need to have those discussions.
Thank you.
Councillor Lutherback, don't we? Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
I'll just speak to this against it. I mean, we can incorporate probably part of what is here, softening up those parts that you've referred to. But for me, probably because 3 of us were present last year and we know that this was not a straightforward communication process. There was a lot missed in that communication and we do know what the community sentiment was. So I think we should be considering moving it forward. Again, there is no light in the current location. It is about light. There's so many factors. I just think it's just not appropriate to be where it is and where we just need to consult and actually go through the steps to actually doing that relocation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Oh, you can speak.
Several of us certainly were involved in the past, and I would just like to remind everyone that there was significant community support for where it is, and I've been down there in various lights, and it's actually it works really well in the location that it is. So I just wanted to note that those points raised by Councillor Griffiths are not fait accompli. There is actually different points of view regarding this, and I have heard from a lot of people that they love that sculpture right there. I've inspected it. It does not interfere with the views from any of the residents nearby, and the vitriol that was raised about this from some sectors of the community is just abominable, and I wish people would show more respect to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. Any other discussion, councillors? Councillor Slade. It's the first time we've heard from you today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in regards to Councillor Intiman's point of views, it was very clear on social media, you know, that the feedback was overwhelming. The community didn't want it. You know, even from the residents, from, you know, anyone in Warhope, Beechwood, the outlying areas, it was very, very clear. Like, you're clearly not looking, you know, on the public, what was publicly reported. So, yeah, I was supportive.
Thank you. Right of reply?
Just a question on that. I think maybe through you, Madam Mayor, through the CEO, is that how we gauge feedback from the community, social media?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's many ways that we gauge feedback from the community, social media, submissions that come into us, letters, etc.
Sorry, I'll clarify that. Is that the official
Councillor
procedure
Edwards.
for us to get feedback?
Councillor Edwards and all councillors, can I just, for meeting practice, if you wish to ask another question, Madam Mayor, a supplementary, please.
Apologies, Madam Mayor.
No, it's just, we need to tighten up
Yeah,
our...
we do. I'm learning.
Thank you.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, supplementary question. Would you say that's our official procedure at council for garnering community feedback?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
I'm going to ask this question to you, Madam Mayor, only because you were present. I'm going to ask you the question on, did you view the presentation or communication feedback forum session that occurred, and was there information on that suggested that the communication that actually occurred and that there was a complete disjoint in the communication?
Yes. Okay, so we have an amendment. Is there any further, for those who haven't spoken already? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman and Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And I'm going to move an amendment with the words of Councillor Edwards, as I had suggested I would be happy to take in, with the removal of... So I'll just... Yes, I'm just looking for where it is. So I seek permission from Zoetrope artist Stephen Gale to relocate. Just take to relocate and out. No, relocate. No. Just the word and the word relocate and, yes, thanks. No.
To enhance.
To enhance, yes. And I don't think do we need the Stephen Gale? Yep, that's fine. To enhance. Yes, thank you. Do I have a seconder in you, Councillor Griffiths? Thank you. All right, and just to make it really quick, the reasons for doing this is I totally agreed with Councillor Edwards, and so did you, Councillor Griffiths. It did soften the approach because it was probably badly worded on my behalf, and I thank you for that. I just don't see the authority that the artist does have in making any sort of decision on this. But it is his artwork, it is his copyright, and if he were agreeable to enhancing his artwork, I'd really like to have that discussion with him. So that's all from me, Councillor Griffiths. That's fine. Anyone else? No? Councillor Edwards?
So the proposal is for you to meet with the Bunya Lands Council
and the CEO.
And the CEO. Would other councillors be welcome to that meeting?
For the purposes of?
For the purposes of hearing the discussion that you're going to encourage that.
I think as the spokesperson for council, I would be happy to meet with them. This isn't to be I don't want this to be a debate. I just want this to be a respectful discussion. because I would like to explain where, and I think all they really have to do, Councillor Edwards, is to have a look at what I had to say in the first instance on this tape, because it comes from the heart. I want this piece to be enjoyed and celebrated, but I don't want this piece to be hated by parts of our community because of where it sits. And that's what's happened. Unfortunately, there are people who've been quite rude and cruel and aggressive, and we talk about not wanting to cause the division between the community, as Councillor Shepherd said before, and it has been a divisive piece, and it doesn't need to be. It's not divisive because of what's on it or what it represents. It's divisive because of where it is, and it is such a large piece. It actually swamps the area. It makes it more imposing. Whereas if it was nestled a little bit further down, it doesn't obstruct anyone's view of the water, and it will be seen by more people, because people that drive past it, if they know it's there now, may not see it anymore. So I think art, and certainly for an artist, it's there to be enjoyed and seen as much as possible. So that's where I'm coming from, a place of, I just want to be humble about it. I don't want to get into a debate or anyone get upset. And I think that as the spokesperson for council, I'd respectfully like the CEO and I to have those discussions in the first instance. So thank you, Councillor Edwards. Is there any further discussion, councillors? No? Okay, well, I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I'll declare that amendment unanimously carried. Thank you, councillors. It's the motion now. Is there any further discussion? I don't think there needs to be. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Edwards?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would just like to thank you for adopting that alternate wording, which I do think goes a long way to a constructive process, a better approach, and I do look forward to hearing of how that respectful engagement goes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any other discussion, councillors? I'll put to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 12.04, which is a recommendation of waiver of fees for the Warhope Showground, where we are today. So the recommendation is that Council 1 note the community value of the Port Macquarie Hastings Showgrounds in Warhope, Kendall and Comboyne, which have been utilised more recently in emergency situations of bushfire and floods. 2, note the economic activity of the above-mentioned showgrounds outside of these times that positively contributes to the local economy and the viability of the region. 3, note the request from Warhope Show Society for an increase in primitive camping sites and correspondence dated the 11th of December 2019. 4, waive any developer contributions applicable under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 and the Water Management Act of 2000 for the establishment of 5 additional primitive campsites at the Warhope Showground to bring the total number of primitive campsites to 21 for the purposes of waiving developer contributions. 5, note that the Warhope Showground Society is responsible for obtaining the necessary approvals for the 5 additional primitive campsites for the contributions waiver to take effect. Whew. Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. Okay, I'll just briefly speak to this. Okay, when I was first elected in the last term, Warhope Show Society came to me and said that given that we're kind of a rest point or a rest stop for people travelling over the mountain from Tamworth, Walker and the like, this is a great place for them to stop. And they found that camping was becoming more Popular, thank you. The camping was becoming more popular, so they were having more people stop to rest. As a result, they didn't just stay overnight. Some of them stayed for a couple of nights, which they were able to do. They'd go into town, they'd go to the RSL club, they'd go to the coffee shops, they'd go over to Timbertown, they'd go and they'd buy supplies at the IGA, at the co-op, etc., etc. You get the point. I tried on numerous occasions to get this supported, and it wasn't. The thing about what the council will be missing out on through not getting the developer contributions is something council doesn't have anyway. So it's kind of, you know, this imaginary amount of money that it's not like we're writing a refund cheque. So I wouldn't be coming to council and asking for that. I'm coming to council to ask for the fact that we need to recognise how valuable our showgrounds are in our region. We also need to recognise what this amazing facility did during the floods and also the bushfires, and that they have hosted Blaze Aid for many, 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 many months, which has added it's added a cost not only to council but to the Show Society as well. There's been grant funding given to the Show Society, which is seeing its facilities and assets upgraded, and it's just a wonderful heart centre for the community of Wauchope. You know, we have the show coming up soon, hopefully over Easter, that can go ahead, and you know, and we have many other events that happen here. I think it's a wonderful way to support economic stimulus here in Wauchope, and you know, there's many other things I guess I could say. The showground does not know this has come up, unless they've been looking in the agenda, but I think they're very busy in some of the work that they're doing over there. I've brought this to the new council to look at this with fresh eyes on the importance of what an extra 5, and they're only 5 sites, will do. So for the Show Society, but for the Township of Wauchope. So please, councillors, I ask for your support with this, and I thank you, Councillor Lipovac, for seconding it. I very much appreciate it. And if you'd like to speak to it, you can.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly adding to what you've already mentioned, the fact that over the past couple of years they have lost shows, events and campers, financially ruined a lot of businesses naturally, but these guys are still fighting and getting through. And of course, it's a big thank you as well for the work they put in during the floods to be these venues that people could come to. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I'll speak to this. I have spoken to the Show Society quite a few times. There's no issue with them holding their events. They can have any events they like, and any number of campers can be present at that time. So the limitation for them was the number of people that have been travelling around Australia, and because they're all locked in Australia, they actually don't have sufficient campsites for those people. So what they found is they're either got to go back to Ellenborough or they've got to try and cram in at some place. And even though we're an RV-friendly town and they do camp down the road, that's generally, you know, very short term or overnight until they can actually get a suitable location. So they are looking to get a few more sites if they can.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Shepherd.
Through to Councillor Griffiths, actually. It's really helpful for me to know that you've been engaging with the Show Society around it, and how recently were your discussions with them to be clear that this is what they're after at this stage?
It's something they've been wanting for quite some time. It's just sort of a continuous request, because I think that what the problem is, it's the financial implication, because they have so many activities they're doing, trying to upgrade their facilities, etc. They just want some support to actually be able to at least step forward. I think if they could, they would have more than that. But I suppose what they're being is conservative right now to at least get some sort of step forward.
If I may too, I'd like to answer that as well. I was here at the showground, help me out, Linda, you do it's 4 weeks ago? Around. Anyway, it's in my diary, I can go back and look at it. And they requested to meet with me. So I did come out, and off the back of that was a request about the extra 5. I went back to Director Watkins, we had a conversation, I said this is what I want to do, and you know, I haven't made a big deal of it. I haven't gone to them and said, guess what, this is going to get put up in council, so it'll come as quite a surprise if this is supported. it'll come as quite a huge surprise, but it'll be a very welcome surprise for them, I'm sure. So I'd like to, I wanted to answer that question because it is something that they do constantly request. Any other discussion, councillors?
A couple of questions.
Yes, Councillor Intiman.
First off, the address we had this morning raised a matter about the key and access to here. And secondly, during the lunch break, I spoke to a couple of people out here who are camping, and they're not allowed to stay longer than 4 days, and then they have to leave. So I wonder at the ongoing, if there were some arrangements that could be made ongoingly to make this this more usable by people who've actually got need to be here, not during floods or fires, but people who have need of the premises, e.g. for showers, e.g. for longer stays. 4 days is not very long. So could those discussions be had?
Can I just, and I hear what you're saying, especially for people who may be displaced at the moment, where maybe you're coming to. I would welcome that, but primitive camping is legislated under the state government, and that is the legislation, and that's why it's called primitive, and that's why they're only allowed to stay for X amount of time. Whether they go out the gate, turn around and come back in again, I don't know how that works, but anyway, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, to the CEO, could you just clarify whether you're aware of the emergency regulations, whether the camping, whether you know where that might be, because I think there's some sort of regulation about timing of being 2 years and whether that's particular to a location?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have that information. I'm not sure that Duncan would either, but we could come back to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this, councillors? No? I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. I see none against. I declare it carried. That's fantastic. All right, so we'll move on now to item 14.01. Thank you, Mr Deputy. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Slade, thank you. Right, Mr Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much the same as my comments on the previous item of a similar nature. I appreciate the staff bringing this to Council for consideration. I fully support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. And Councillor Slade, do you have something? Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
So you should have them hopefully in a copy in front of you. So note the information provided in this report, including a list of road projects in order of prioritisation that has been substantially created during the development of the draft Joint Integrated Transport Network Plan. Number 2, note the value of this prioritised list of projects for securing state and federal funding, in particular noting the current position of the state and federal election cycles. 3, note that updates from Transport for New South Wales are expected in the near future regarding the upcoming delivery of a number of the high priority projects identified in the previous resolution of Council. That fall within state responsibility, including but not limited to the Wrights Road intersection, Lake Road, Oxley Highway intersection, Oxley Highway, Pacific Highway, Slip Lanes, King Creek, Oxley Highway intersection. 4, request the draft give consideration to the increasing strategic value of the Lawn Road and Lake Road, both of which fall within Council's responsibility. Number 5, note the increasing cost of delivering transport infrastructure and that delaying the delivery of the draft Joint Integrated Transport Network Plan will result in significantly increased costs of delivering these to our community. And 6, request a report to the April 2022 Council meeting presenting the draft Joint Integrated Transport Network Plan for public exhibition with a view to expediting action to implement the plan.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Do we have a seconder for this? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so the main point that I'd add, other than what's self-evident from the amendment, is that again, this is one of these plans or strategies that's been delayed with a view to facilitating the blueprint, which is an as yet resolved strategy of council. And while I understand that there are some councillors who identify that this will be very important, that as it stands, our community has minimal information about what this blueprint will be. Councillors, or some councillors, have minimal information about what that blueprint will be. And as such, it doesn't make sense to further delay the delivery of this draft for our consideration and for community consideration, noting the substantial risk to loss of funding or being unable to seek funding. And slowing down the delivery of these quite critical projects for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I actually have a question because it's been the theme of the day and it's about delaying and, you know, for a couple of months there's a delay and, you know, there's risk for loss. I'm just wondering what is the actual risk? What are we not getting on with here?
As in, what actions are we not getting on with?
I beg your pardon?
As in, what actions are we not getting on with?
No, you're suggesting we need this to go out to exhibition, so we need to push this out before we understand how this all works. We've talked about this before, in relation to putting the cart before the horse and then having to go back out again. So I just need to understand what is lacking by holding it back for just a little bit. What will we miss out on? Sorry, I'm probably not great with my words.
So to clarify, I'm not seeking to have this go to public exhibition today. What I'm asking is that we expedite delivery of the draft to us for consideration. That's what I've put in the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, to clarify further in terms of what would be held up, you know, of course there's a procedure, there's a step for every step along the way, from inception of an idea through to delivery of an outcome for our community. And if at any point in time along that process there is a hold-up, necessary or otherwise, of course that delays the final outcome. And in this case, what we're talking about is infrastructure for our community, transport infrastructure for our community, and that's why I've proposed this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. You've asked about what might be held up, and that's a very good question. But the reality is these delays to projects, I understand you're not suggesting that it goes out to public consultation, but nevertheless, it just seems like we're creating this huge bottleneck in the decision making and in the processes of council, waiting for the blueprint. And I'm feeling a bit agitated by that and feel that there are things that we can be moving on with and not waiting. Nevertheless, it's a grand experiment. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman.
Madam Mayor, I'm not feeling well.
If you're not well?
I'm not feeling well.
Okay.
So I just hope we finish the...
As I do too, Councillor Intiman. Please, if you continue to feel unwell, please...
Sorry?
If you continue to feel unwell, please leave. Yeah, and we'll certainly understand that. Okay, so we've heard from Councillor Intiman. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. Yeah, I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman and Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Those against? Thank you, Linda. The amendment's lost. We're back to the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? As so moved by the Deputy Mayor. Right of reply, Mr Deputy. There doesn't appear to be any more conversation. Thank you. You'll waiver it. Great. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Shepherd against? I'll declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 14.02, employment lands. Do we have someone to move? Moved by Councillor Griffiths. Someone to second? Seconded by Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, you wish to speak?
Yeah, just quickly, it's just a change in legislation that's come through the state government. And I did note too that it's actually not being controlled by council as part of that consultation process. It's state government consultation. So I probably just need to make sure the community is aware of the fact that they need to report, is it to the state government or whatever that agency is that's going to be taking control of that space.
Okay, thank you. Mr Deputy? Any other discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question that I actually posed via email, which, I've been advised to just direct it through you, Madam CEO, to Acting Director Coulton. Just a question about, it's on page 152, there's a table. It lists additional permissible activities, and I just wondered if timber yards appears, and I just wondered if that was in our current LEP and is just remaining the same as an additional permissible use on that zoned land. The equivalent is going to, what it's going to now be and now allow. Is that the same as what it was?
Through you, Madam CEO, there's no change to that particular use as a permissible use. We've only been able to identify one parcel of land in the LGA that could potentially be impacted, but it was impacted prior to the reform.
Yeah. Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Edwards? Thank you. Is there any other discussion? I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. Declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. So we are now on to item 14.03. Can I have someone move? Moved by Councillor Shepherd, seconded by Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so this particular item, I just wanted to bring it to the attention of us and the community as well. So state government planning amendments for agritourism. It's an amendment to the Port Macquarie Hastings Local Environmental Plan 2011. Look, we don't have much say about this going through, and it has gone to consultation with people previously, as I found out from making inquiries. But I suppose I've asked these questions because I think there is absolutely opportunity for the proposed agritourism changes to have negative impacts. And so it's really important that landowners who do undertake some of these changes have the opportunity to do so in a way that's very much aligned with sustainable practice and responsible practice. And I absolutely expect when these changes are communicated with our community that those issues will be raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further conversation, councillors? No, right of reply, Councillor Shepherd. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. I declare that carried. Thank you. Item 14.06, draft Port Macquarie Hastings Regional Integrated. Oh no. Yep. No, we've done 4. Okay. 14.06, moved by Mr Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Griffiths, thank you. Mr Deputy. Okay, Councillor Griffiths. Any other discussion from councillors?
Move an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
So this is largely the same as that in regard to 1119, the infrastructure strategy, because it's the same issues. So amendment is number 1. Note that the regional integrated transport strategy is complete and is in a state appropriate for public exhibition. Note that an action plan for delivery of the Port Macquarie Hastings blueprint is due to the April council meeting. Number 3, note that should council resolve to pursue the blueprint in the April council meeting, it will be important to ensure that the draft writs aligns with the future Port Macquarie Hastings blueprint. 4, place the draft writs on public exhibition for not less than 28 days. 5, request the CEO provide a report to councillors detailing the submissions received from the public during the exhibition period to be tabled to the June 2022 meeting of council. 6, request the CEO to arrange a councillor workshop to consider how community submissions might be incorporated into the next version of the regional, can I say the final version? Final version of the regional integrated transport strategy, and inform the blueprint should council resolve to pursue the blueprint.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, thank you.
I note that this draft, so point number 1, the draft is complete, and what a draft it is. It's really good. Again, we're talking about a truly remarkable document, although this one, it's not 81, it's 71 pages. Again, created after years of community engagement, literature reviews, consideration of best practice, as I understand it. And so just ready to go, ready for the public to see. Ideally, of course, we would have subcommittees and steering groups within councils who would be able to pass a good first eye over this, use their networks, use their subject matter expertise to be able to help council see what we're going to get from the community and tweak it before it even got to that. Unfortunately, we don't have that. So again, I want to note that this quite remarkable piece of work that would set us up so well to be getting more state and federal funding in a really strategic way, be delivering infrastructure is and I'm forwarding this, I'm agreeing that it would be held up in order to facilitate the blueprint. Even though the blueprint is not yet resolved, the action plan is going to be coming back to us in April, and we will be deciding whether to proceed then, but I'm still saying sure that this will ultimately be delayed in order to facilitate the blueprint. However, I'm just suggesting here the substantive difference from the staff recommendation is that we put it on public exhibition, we give the community an opportunity to see this remarkable document, how much potential it has for our community, and also to say, hey, this bit isn't good enough, that bit isn't good enough, this bit needs some work, and therefore inform the final strategy, and perhaps even better, provide some really community-grounded feedback that will also inform the blueprint. So I feel extremely confident that council's reputation would absolutely be enhanced by our community being able to see this document. And so I am going to make the request to the Chair, Madam Mayor, that you accept this document be tabled, noting the absolute quality of this and the capacity for it to reflect fabulously on our council, and give and really provide an opportunity. Should it not go to public exhibition, that the community can still see the quality that council's producing in its progress towards a final regional integrated transport strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I stand behind what I said before. I mean, they're great. They're great documents, and they should be seen by the public at the time that is right, when they're ready to go. because there could be things within those draft forms that need to be changed or amended or enhanced. Whilst I really appreciate your enthusiasm, no, I'm not going to accept it being tabled.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Is it possible that the community might be able to provide some of those exact points for enhancement?
Absolutely they will, and they'll have an opportunity to do that, Councillor Shepherd, when the document, the completed document, as we all decide as a councillor group, goes out on exhibition. That's the appropriate time. Otherwise, Councillor Shepherd, what we're doing is what we've always done, and we will always got what we've always got, which is, half-cooked strategies and plans. We've got an opportunity as a new council here, and there's certainly some vigour, a lot of vigour within the staff to do things in a new way. We've got the Australian Business Excellence Framework that we've had no issue with adopting and moving towards, and it's being managed under Madam CEO through the staff, and we have full confidence in that process. I'm just asking that there is some confidence given to what we are trying to do here for the betterment of our community. Look, I appreciate where you're coming from, I really do, but no, I won't accept it being tabled. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Edwards, you seconded?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm supporting this amendment because, again, I think that it follows a good process which actually sort of spells out for us how we might incorporate some of this good work and some of these ideas that have already been generated through community engagement and a lot of council work. I also see this, this amendment helps me understand a bit more about how I will be involved in the process. That I will, we request the CEO in this point 6, to consider how we might incorporate these things through our workshops into the blueprint. So understanding the channel of how this is going to happen, this talks to me. So that's why I support it, and I hope you do too.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any other discussion, councillors? I hear none. I will put it to the vote then. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Interman and Councillor Shepherd. Those against? Thank you. Just before you go on, could you just pull down to make sure it was Councillor Edwards that seconded? I just wanted to, for my own peace of mind. Yes, great, thank you. All right, so we're back to the motion. Thank you. Any discussion, councillors? Mr Deputy Mayor, would you like your right of reply?
I do commend the staff for their foresight on this one, and I just want to put across the view that I think you're doing the right thing, and I'm very happy to support that. So thank you for working with us.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. We'll just take that again. No, that's okay. All right, we'll take it again. All those in favour? Thank you. It's unanimous. I'll declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll move on now to item number 1408, flood waste disposal costs waiver. Someone to move? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. You're moving the recommendation? Thank you. A seconder, please. Thank you, Mr Deputy. Councillor Shepherd.
Yeah, so I've only brought this out purely to acknowledge the great work by the previous council and acknowledging the different ways that we have available to us to be able to meet the needs of our local community in times of crisis, which of course we know is going to be happening more and more, unfortunately, under the impacts of climate change. There's one thing I just wanted to bring up for future consideration. I won't bring it in as an amendment now, but it's been raised with me recently regarding the tip vouchers available for renters. That renters don't actually have access to tip vouchers as it stands. And so for one of the outcomes of that is that when renters are moving from one property to the next, it means that it's at greater cost to them than perhaps someone who's moving house and has access to those, and also potentially greater dumping. And so I've just raised that so that we might have future discussions in terms of how we can address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shepherd. And yes, I agree, that is a problem for renters as well. Councillor, any councillors? No? Mr Deputy, any further discussion? Right of reply? Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. Declare that motion carried. Thank you. Item number 1410. Moved by Mr Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just read the motion if that's okay.
Yes, please.
That Council 1 note the existing council tree management policies and procedures and the significant backlog of tree maintenance issues across the local government area. 2, note the storm activity which has occurred over recent years, which has added to the workload pressures on council in attending to the backlog of tree concerns raised by residents and businesses. Number 3, note the New South Wales State Government 1050 legislation in regards to bushfire risk mitigation, which is currently already available for landowners to utilise in specific circumstances via the Rural Fire Service New South Wales website, which is rfs.nsw.gov.au. Item 4, requests the CEO to provide a report to the May 2022 Ordinary Council meeting on the adjustments required to update Council's tree management policies and procedures to enable residents to undertake tree maintenance or removal on private property without Council approval. And 5, include in the report to the May 2022 Ordinary Council meeting any procedural and/or policy adjustments, funding requirements and resources required to sustainably fast-track clearing of the backlog of tree maintenance and removal works across the local government area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Mr Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To speak into the items, obviously Council has already got some processes in place and procedures and policies. Just looking to note that we do have that already, but also recognise that we've had quite a few weather issues of late, including bushfire and also storm activity, which is why obviously point 3 is pertinent. There is some specific ways that the community can deal with what they think is a bushfire risk, and we're just advising of that it's not necessarily through council, that one, but request that we have some more information provided for points 4 and 5 for us to consider, and in a particular time frame that we can consider them within the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I love this one. This one is actually a high expenditure for us. Well, I believe it's high expenditure for what we actually get out of it. What happens is someone reports they've got a tree that they want to actually address, and it becomes a re-inspection activity. And because we get more storm events, it becomes a bigger and bigger issue. So we never get to the end of this story. So we only are dealing with the high-risk areas anyway, and even then, a lot of that we're re-inspecting. So I think we need to actually start taking some proactive effort in this regard and actually having a look at what that looks like for people generally in a residential area or wherever that needs to be, have a look at the overall plans and make change where we need to.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Roberts, actually. I made some inquiries about this backlog just to try to understand better, and council staff got back to me confirming the 840 approximately jobs, but that they're on public land, whereas your motion talks to people removing trees on private land, so they seem to me to be like not the same topic. Could you confirm that that's your understanding of the backlog?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I can see the response to your earlier question that there is 840 jobs that are for trees on public land, but it doesn't talk about the issues relating to community members. So that's only one part of the picture. I've been a councillor on a previous council as well, and it was the number one issue that I guess had to deal with as a councillor in a previous life. But you know, even now as a councillor, people still come to me quite regularly and say, we've been trying to get this tree issue sorted out for probably years in some cases, and in some cases that the policies and processes we have in place haven't actually addressed those issues. So in response to your question, I appreciate where you're coming from. There is a significant amount of issues on public land, but private land, I would hazard a guess it's either equal or greater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I actually have a question for Acting Director Coulton. Just off the back of the question from Councillor Edwards, just so we're all on the same page here, when someone on private land wants to lop a limb that might be hanging over their garden shed or the pool or whatever, am I correct that they need to contact council to actually have that inspected and get permission to be able to do that?
Through you, Madam CEO, the legislation that Mr Deputy Mayor refers to in his notice of motion allows people to clear trees on their property within 10 metres of their home if they're listed in the Rural Fire Service mapping. So under that legislation, within 10 metres of their home, they can remove any trees at all.
Thank you. I guess the question was, under that mapping, have we previously been inspecting trees and people have been requiring permission from council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might actually respond. When this item was put up, I had no idea that there was an issue even in terms of council. But when we do some comparisons, I've done some comparisons against other local governments, and for example, an arborist can be called in and they can actually make those decisions. Here, the arborists don't want to touch it because they actually go out to the private home. Then it has to go through all the rigmarole in terms of council, and it's just basically going through an elongated process. So I think what we've got here, that we basically have a report that looks at the process and whether we can create some efficiencies is a good thing. So just even from this coming up, I've realised that we basically are quite bureaucratic in our approach compared to other local governments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, I'll ask Deputy Mayor Roberts as well. You note in point 3 the New South Wales State Government's 1050 legislation, but that's still an assessment, that's still something that people can rely on. What you're proposing, there'll be no assessment, none at all. Is that right?
Just rereading the actual point 3, we're just noting that the state government has legislation. If you do some further reading, and which is why I've included the website there, there's actually a lot of conditions that you have to comply with to have something removed under the 1050. So there's a lot of information on that website, which is why I put it in there, because it doesn't automatically mean that you can clear a tree within 10 metres of a house. There's actually, it's a very well put together piece of policy, I would suggest, and it'd be one that, I think there'd be great benefit for community members and also councillors to have a look at in some detail, because it's really quite fair.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask that question very well. I was just saying that it... Sorry, I've got to start again. Through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify.
No, it's about when you wish to ask another question. I'll just, I know it's the end of the day.
I feel like it was a response, but yeah.
No,
sorry,
I really, if you could just, afford me this.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a formal meeting of council. I just want to tighten it up. If you have a question, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Councillor Edwards. you form your question. If you're not satisfied with the answer or you feel that you need more information, you request a supplementary, okay? And then it's granted.
Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Roberts, Deputy Mayor Roberts. I was noting point 3 just to say that there is that's an assessment mechanism that people can use in rural areas where in residential. So if you punch in your address and you're in residential Port Macquarie, it'll straight away tell you you can't use this. You'll have other mechanisms for assessment. I can't see from your motion where you're recommending there's still some kind of assessment for people to follow. Like, how do we know if people need to understand if they're removing a koala food tree, or if there's a list that we already have of noxious plants and things that people can remove without council approval. So really what we're saying is only things that are pretty important have to get approval through council. So I don't see why we would do away with that. Are you proposing some other assessment to make sure we're not open slather remove trees that are very significant?
Thank you for the question. I just refer to point number 1 where we note the existing council tree management policies and procedures. So it's actually noting it up front that there's procedures and policies already in place. I mean, that I put it in there as number 1 because I'm not doing anything other than noting that we've already got some approvals processes in that one. So I hope that it addresses the question.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Deputy Roberts, do you think I'm accurate in saying that in terms of the actions that actually arise from this, it's essentially to get reports back to council, councillors, that therefore mean we'll be able to make an informed decision about how to proceed at that point?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy, can I just ask a question? Is my understanding correct, is that there are a lot of people within our community that don't even know, myself until recently included, that the 1050 legislation even exists?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. I actually recall one of the community meetings back down in Laurelton. I think it was 2013-14. We actually debated this issue quite substantially as a council. The 1050 legislation's been in place for quite a while. But there isn't that many people that actually know about it. So I think it's really important just to put it on the table for people to go and do a bit of work about it, because if they don't know about it, they don't know what they don't know. And they may just assume that the council process is the only one to go through when assessing whether they need to go through some sort of process. So it's really just information for the community on this point. And the point's well made that it's clear that not everyone was aware of it, even through this meeting. So I think it's really important to keep it in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Just to speak to this just quickly, something that came through there was people were referring it to as rural. This is across the whole area. This is not just rural areas, it's across our whole LGA and everywhere else in New South Wales.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any further discussion, councillors? No? Right of reply? Mr. Deputy, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Are you with us, Councillor Edwards, or you're against? Are we voting? Are you in favour? Okay, thank you. Those against? Councillor Edwards, thank you. I'll declare the motion carried. So we've had items dealt with by exception. Can I have someone move and second they be adopted? Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Maltman, thank you. All those in favour? I know it's late in the day, we just need to stay together. Those in favour, thank you. I'll declare that carried. So we are now moving into confidential matters. Someone to move and second that we move into confidential. Councillor Griffiths, Mr. Deputy Mayor, all those in favour? Thank you. I'll declare that carried. And we'll just wait while... Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. That was a very brief moment in confidential, and I'll now like to hand over to our Group Manager of Governance, Michael Ferguson, to read out the result. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to item 1601, T2103, design and construct of 6 sewer pump stations, Council resolved as follows. That Council 1, pursuant to section 178(4)A and B of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, decline to invite fresh tenders for the reasons that the Tender Evaluation Panel considers that the tenderers have demonstrated the experience, capacity and capability to meet the requirements of the request for tender. Inviting fresh tenders likely will not achieve a superior outcome, and inviting fresh tenders will delay the project beyond the funding deadline. 2, that Council note the Chief Executive Officer, under existing delegations to the General Manager, may accept a tender for T2103, design and construct 6 sewer pump stations, following successful negotiations, and present a further report to a future meeting of Council after contract award for Council's information. 3, that Council maintain the confidentiality of the documents and consideration in respect of request for tender T2103, design and construct 6 sewer pump stations. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That item was carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Michael. And that concludes our meeting today here in Wauchope. I declare at 4:19 the meeting is now closed. Thank you, councillors.